Hello, guys. How's it going? Okay. I just got the go live tweet out, chat. If you do me that favor, and I have secured today's artwork. Here is today's. Do me a favor, go give the artist some love. And yeah, today is Ordeal Call 4 day. Before we get into that, I have good news and bad news. The bad news is, seems as of last night, my grandmother went into a coma. The good news is she's out of that coma. But apparently she's gonna end up going to hospice at this point. Tomorrow morning I'm gonna go see my grandmother, and it's probably gonna be the last time I get to see her. Just being honest. So it is what it is. I literally just got the call about half an hour ago on that. So it is what it is. I just wanted to give you guys that update. I don't want to make this a heavy stream or anything like that, but I'm going to be honest with you. I was considering whether or not to even stream. I went ahead and I said, I'm going to do it. Because at this point, it's the only thing that's going to keep me sane. So just bear with me. Yep, keep me in your prayers. Keep my grandmother in your prayers, especially. And yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm at least happy that she woke back up. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have gotten a chance to see her. So, that at least means a lot to me. But yeah, it's just gonna be rough. And tomorrow's also our deadline day, so it is what it is. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. But yeah, so anyways, we have some new ordeal call units. I'm gonna be fully honest and say that I have looked over their kits, but I haven't gotten the chance to look at their numbers. They have been sent to me. It's been one of those days. So I really haven't had the opportunity to look at it. In the meantime, I need to get my AP spent down here on NA. And then I got to do something with it on JP, but then we'll start the rolls. Shouldn't take too terribly long, but I'm also not entirely sure of what I'm doing. I've literally just been running my Lotto comp from the prior round into this. I think what I'll probably do here is I'll probably swap out Lalter, throw in my own Castoria, and probably just throw in we could go Musashi, or just to kind of foolproof this, throw in a Buki. And then give me like Shufu and plug suit. And that should work. Finally content, yeah. This node, they snuck in Draco because they love their extra class units in this Lotto. Yeah, and I mean, it is a thing. You're going to see, like, the devs have certainly started to try to work in the extra classes a whole lot more. But honest to God, it's not, like, irregular compared to what they have already been doing. It's not abnormal. We have seen extra classes in Lottos and stuff, so it is a thing. And you know, I've talked about it before because like a lot of people were really like hard up on like Draco and stuff and her particular situation. And it really, I feel like people made a mountain out of a molehill in that regard. Draco's already been super useful in this Lotto, despite the fact that we've had, again, you know, extra classes and stuff abound. So it is what it is. People are just going to kind of try to harp on things that they don't like or because they got an agenda to push. So it is, again, what it is. How's your workday gone? Awful. Walking around my store and randomly shouting at the walls. That's always scary because, like, not that like I've had that at my job, but just that I've definitely like where I work. I basically work in like a downtown area, and there are a ton of homeless people and hobos just kind of like about. And you do have some run-ins with them, and they're kind of scary is the best way I can put that. So yeah, I just definitely wish them the best and hope that they don't talk to me. Not in the sense of like I wouldn't do a nice thing for a homeless person, actually. God, and I think like after the fact I regret it. It turned out perfectly fine, but in college I ended up giving a homeless dude a ride. Like, and I after the fact I was like, man, I really shouldn't have done that. He could have killed my ass. But I was just like, whatever. You know, it might have helped if I had popped a Mystic code. I work as an outreach worker for him. Yeah, I think a lot of homeless people are just, you know, they're in a bad, unfortunate situation, or there's something kind of wrong with them. And they're not like bad people, right? To the most part. I'm not going to say every homeless person's a nice person either. But they're people just like you and I, and they at least deserve respect and dignity. I'm basically all alone, no people there. God, I wish. With armed security? It's funny that you say that, Ern, because I literally saw something on Twitter today, and I have no idea what the context of it was, but it was a dude at a at a similar facility to like what you work at. And it was just him posing with his rifle, and I was like, oh, interesting. Like I said, I have no idea what the context was, but Jeannetron has giant ass animation. She does. That she do. I saw people say it's like, oh, it's Nasu's giantess fetish again, and I'm like, well, I feel like people harp on that, but I feel like the internet themselves seem to all share that fetish, so it is what it is. I call her Jeannetron. Listen, chat. I've been calling her Jeannetron. Literally since the very first thing. Don't let anybody else fool you. I was the first. I just don't sit there and like constantly tweet about stuff or like make videos to like stamp it, rubber stamp it as mine or anything like that. It's just, I just like whatever. Just call it what it is. Because, and it's funny because I've done this for several units now in the community, whether or not people realized it. And all it is I just go with whatever the freaking meme name that I think people would take to the most. Because it's like there's numerous things that you can call someone. Like for instance, I've seen people say like Meta John or like John Angel, stuff like that. It's like it doesn't really matter. It's like you're just gonna go with whatever like rolls off the tongue for people. And I feel like Jeannetron is that. Jeannetron? I mean, I guess. That just sounds weird to me, but John Streamer? Yeah, I obviously I don't have context for it yet, but it is really interesting that like her second ascension is an e-girl as well as whatchamacallit, Phantasm Moons. And I'm not really sure why. It just seems like it's like a kick that Lasingle's on at the moment. I have seen some people say like, "Oh, I don't like it," because they don't like the idea of it being an e-girl, and I'm like, I don't know. It's only one of the ascensions. Just don't use that ascension, I guess. Like, A1, A2, or A3. So I don't know. I'm gonna say this. I definitely like the appearance of A2, but there is an unforgivable sin for A2 that bothers me. This is just a personal pet peeve, a personal nitpick. But if you actually go in and you look at her animations, when she does her noble phantasm in her second ascension, the animation of her getting up from her like chair is that she is behind the desk but in front of the monitor somehow. And I'm like, huh? And once you see it, you can't unsee it. So it's like, I don't know that I'll be able to keep her in the second ascension. Oh, now we're on the 90 plus. I'll have to come up with some composition for the plus plus. It's almost like there's a guide out there for that. Leaning forward. I mean, like, yeah, I'm not going to say it's like impossible. It's just one of those things where it looks really bad the second you notice it. And I get why they did it. It's just like, to me, it would have probably been better to have her like step out from behind the thing at that point. But they got lazy and they didn't want to like do a completely different animation than the one that the other forms have. And I put that on them squarely. It's just straight up like they could have done it right. They chose not to. They basically said it's not worth the effort. Yeah, it is lazy programming. Well, not even programming. It's lazy animation. They've had the idea for streamers, for servants of streamers since Carnival Phantasm. Yeah. And I just, like, I have no problem with it in general. Like I said, I've seen people that are like, oh, I hate it because it's an e-girl. And I'm like, it doesn't bother me. I just find it, like, interesting and odd that they've done it twice in a row, basically. Not in a row, but, like, twice in rapid succession. They could have had John float straight up from the chair. That honestly would have probably been better. The box bug will be fixed 5/8. Yeah, what day is the Lotto in, chat? Is it the 7th? So that's fine. It just, what that tells me is both that it's a combination of it's Golden Week in Japan, and also they literally like can't get the fix pushed in until they actually do the update that is coming with the end of the Lotto. And I'll be honest, chat, if you really want to shorthand Jeannetron, You could just call her JT or just call her Tron. I think everyone will know who you're talking about at that point. Or cooldown reduction. I have to look at it. I don't remember her cooldowns off the top of my head. Like, I know her charge skill's 7 turns, so obviously the Fifth of Pen's really nice for that. But she also does have cooldown reduction in her kit. Okay, that is NA. I still have to do the story at some point too, but I'll probably do that off stream. The idea of MJ like Michael Jackson? No. That's Bob's weird fantasy. Jeannetron's so much cooler. Seven, 8, 6 cooldowns. And the steroid was on what, the third skill? Yeah, it might not matter then. And we're not at AP cap. This is a problem. So I still have 50% down on Embers. No new strengthening, so it is literally just interludes that need to be done. Interludes are kind of random. I don't like the idea of this. I think this requires Osaka Behime. Yeah. That's what I knew was going to be the case. Would recommend 90 plus or plus plus for the set of quests. The plus plus in theory has the better materials because it has the 6.5 mats, but we do have a Lotto coming later that will give the Urn of Ashes, so I don't know that it really matters. In general, the consensus is if you just want drops and you like don't care about the number of refills it's going to take, the 90 plus is just far superior to the plus plus, assuming, you know, equivalent bonuses and stuff like that. Yeah, so it's like, oh, okay, well, I can 6-slot the 90 plus plus. So in theory, that gives more. It's just going to straight up take you longer. That is the issue that you're going to have with it. Yeah, I don't think I'll even get to start story tonight. Which is one of the reasons I wanted to start on time. Really? Is it CEs? Good lord. Yeah, that's what happened. I accidentally pulled in some of the Gouda experience Cs from my mailbox. Why does it have wine? Yeah, that's the other problem. Well, we'll try. Doing 90 plus so I can bond grail targets. You're saying you're doing 90 plus even though it gives less bond so that you can basically backline bond higher tier of units because the comp requires less. Sorry, sometimes I have to translate what people are saying because I know what they're saying, but I'm not sure the rest of chat does, and that's why I'll like reiterate something that someone said like that. This is gonna be spicy meatball. Why do I play JP? For content, literally. I'm gonna be dead serious right now, chat. If I were not a streamer, I would not play JP. Just because I play NA, and NA is the server that I actually understand everything on. It was my original main. So playing JP is purely for content purposes at this point. But I've been doing it for so many years at this point that my JP account is better than probably 99% of JP players. Why are you a streamer? That's a very good question. Some days I wonder that myself. I can run Arc Draco Morgan on 90 plus, yeah. Nice, Setsuna. Yeah, hopefully it's going to be a cool one. I assume 10th Annie, they're going to pull out all the stops for it. If they don't, they will very rightfully get shit on by everyone. You don't hit a 10th year milestone and like not make it a big celebration. So if they don't, it be what it be. All right, chat, Andromeda Gaming. Have I seen the trailer for OC4? I literally couldn't avoid it as I logged into JP the first time. Haven't heard it with sound on, though. Crap. Is that charge? I don't think it is. I forget Andromeda's kit. It's been so long. That's, I think, charge? No, I think that's the charge, and the second one's like NP gain on getting hit. Whatever. What could 10th Annie bring? I mean, that's what everyone asks. I think nobody has an answer for that question, and it's all just up to your imagination. I wouldn't say that guarantees no summer unit. It depends on the like gravity of their involvement. If they're just like a side joke character or something, you're probably not getting it. Or like you still might get it, but if they're something more, then you might not, right? Yeah, I think it's NP gain on getting hit. New OG Saber Servant with Avalon. I mean, you joke. I literally wouldn't be surprised. And the hilarious part is the FGO community will act surprised and get really butthurt about it. And I'll just be like, yeah, it is what it is. What do I think of the spoiler? What am I hearing? You're hearing somebody's crude attempt at Gangster's Paradise. And I really do mean crude. I don't have a quick caster on JP. Well, when in doubt, do it anyways. What do I think about New John? Yes. I mean, I'll tell you about it when we get to the actual analysis. Oh, I see. This is a challenge fight. Well, well. Hmm. Give me the skadoodle chain. Oh my god, that did nothing. I should have held off on activating some of the skills until I looked at the cards. Oh, and there's a quick card, so behold. Spoilers are literally everywhere today. Yeah, I'd like to kindly remind everyone, okay? Because I know some people don't care about spoilers. I do, and my community does. And I will ask you guys to respect that. I can definitely talk about like high level stuff, but I empathize with not only did I immediately get spoiled on going to Twitter today, I know that apparently two of my friends got spoiled as to the ending of Ordeal Call already. So, like, I'm sorry, chat. This is like, I love you guys, but this is kind of confirmation that the FGO community and really just gotcha communities in general, I think, are some of the worst communities in existence for that reason alone. We're not worse than like a PvP community or something like that, but damn, it feels like we try sometimes. Who speedran it that fast? You see, that's just it, Cal. No one. That's the problem with data mining. People are in a hurry to be first for the Twitter algorithm, and they just want to sit out there and spoil stuff. So it is what it is. I just will tell people again, try to be kind to each other. Come by using for last batch of the Lotto. I don't know. I literally I'm on Nat AP now, so I've kind of thrown whatever in. I'll figure something out. I just haven't had the time. It's just a different kind of hell. It is. And that's like I don't know. It is what it is. Like I make no judgment on the individual people doing it, but I will say as always that people just have a nasty tendency, especially on algorithm driven platforms, to interact with spoiler tweets. And I'm like, I'm gonna be real with y'all right now. Reading a spoiler online, no problem with that. Enjoying the fact that you read the spoiler online, no problem with that. Sharing it with other like-minded people, no problem with that. Sharing it with literally everybody, liking it, retweeting it, thumbs upping it, you name it. No, that's stupid. People shouldn't do that stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna say, chat, like the original form of Gangster Paradise, fine. The meme form, all right, whatever. The third song request version, let it go. Posting it to the straight up Reddit page, I have a problem with that. Yeah. It is what it is. I've just learned it's the worst part of the community. I'm sorry. I think this is one of the reasons why people don't like me is because I say shit like this and then people get really butthurt and offended. And I'm just like, I don't care. I just expect y'all to be better to each other. That's all it is. I'm just disappointed in people is all. I mean, it's all good, Cody. I just like I'd rather not talk about it yet. Yeah, like I said, I have no problem if people want to go look for the spoilers. I'm not going to tell people they can't spoil themselves. My issue is when people like actively try to spoil everybody else, and then they try to claim ignorance. And I'm like, okay. I'd gladly spend medals to not hear that abomination. I mean, remember, chat, you guys have control over song request. Otherwise, it just plays my stuff. My stuff's pretty good. My stuff is normal music and anime music and like awesome songs. So if the song request is bad, chat, you have no one to blame but yourselves. For temp hammers for the next 3 weeks, yeah. Yeah, like I said, I've noticed over time. Also, Jesus, like, please die, Osaka Behime. What the heck? I've noticed over time that like again, people want to spoil. They get really upset when you call it out. And like I've had people that like they'll come in here, they'll spoil and they'll actually get belligerent, right? Like I understand honest mistakes happen. I like again, the mods have my full authority to basically shoot you guys to the amount that they deem necessary. And I'm gonna tell you guys this. To have respect for the mods, if you want to know why you were timed out or something, be polite, ask them, but don't get all like angry because we've had people get belligerent before, and I want to tell you, it never works out. And the reason why it never works out is because, quite literally, this is not Reddit. This is not Twitter. You don't have the ability to say whatever you want with no repercussions. There are repercussions, and how you treat people is how you will be treated. So that's the only warning I can give to people. Because I'm usually somebody that tells the mods not to be heavy-handed with you guys, but there are times where I absolutely just turn the mods loose if I feel the need. And over the years, like I said, we've had the belligerent people, and I've unfortunately had to intervene in a couple of situations. And almost every single time, chat, I can think of maybe one instance off the top of my head where a mod probably said something that they shouldn't have said, but it was well after a point of which somebody had already been antagonizing them. Otherwise, every single instance, and even in that instance as well, it was decidedly on the aggressors end, like the fault. And so at that point, I've actually had to turn around and specifically in one of the cases I remember, the person was threatening me. They were literally saying that I needed to get the mod to apologize to them, and that if they didn't, they would never come back to the channel. And I literally turned around and I told them, because at the same time, I was waiting on the mod to get me the actual logs of what was said. And the mod handed me the logs basically right as that was getting demanded of me. I turned right back around to the person and I said, no. In fact, you're either going to apologize to the mod or I'm banning you right now. I've just seen what you said, and it's just unconscionable. Nobody should ever treat anybody this way, and I don't want you to come back here if you can't apologize. So it is what it is. Like I said, I don't like doing that stuff to people. I don't like the drama. I don't like getting involved in that. But you guys got to understand, I have the mods back because they have mine. So I trust the mods to act in a manner that represents me well. But if you guys try to do anything to antagonize the mods, I will clamp down. And that doesn't mean that the mods can't like fuck up. And if that's the case, feel free to let me know. I've had people over the years that have definitely tried to quote unquote get the mods in trouble. I'm always polite. Is that hard? Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why people can't at least have like a decent level of decorum. Like I do understand that like people feel strongly about stuff and they get upset. But it's like there's nothing wrong with asking like why something happened, but we've had people just sitting there like absolutely like cursing out the mods, wishing death upon them, stuff like that. And I'm just like, no, dude, like if you're that unhinged, go to some other stream. I don't care. And this is why I do think some of my former viewers are out there occasionally, like on other streams and stuff like that, and they don't like me, and I don't care. I'm like, at this point, being here is something that it's like, I love the fact that you guys come to my stream, but it is to a degree, it is a privilege, and I can revoke that privilege. If I feel like having a person in the community is going to make the community a worse place, I will remove that person from the community. Darty, thank you for the resub. Thank you for the 75. Holy hell. Chat, can we get some love for Darty? One of my longest subs. Years of internet arguments have broken society. Yep, that's fine. I expect better, right? Like, I myself can like snap at people and like be a little bit rude and stuff. That's fine. If I ever like get to such a point, I will usually apologize. If I feel like I overstepped or I said something that was like, hey, that was actually like mean-spirited. I shouldn't have said that. So like, it is what it is. I just in general expect people to treat others how they want to be treated. So if you're going to treat others like trash, you can expect to be treated like trash. How's my night going? Could be going better. All right, chat. Of course, the song came on. So we're gonna be rolling here. I don't know how deep I want to go. Obviously, I'm not at pity yet. I can definitely purchase some if I want to. Jeannetron's an interesting one. We'll be going over her in full detail later, but I will just briefly say that while I find the character super intriguing and I do like her designs, I'm somewhat disappointed that she's an AoE buster. I feel like at this point, some of the like choices for the devs' actual like decisions on units can actually be called a little bit suspect. Because again, you also have Ashoka here, who is the 4-star, and he is yet another 4-star AoE Arts Lancer. So I look at some of this and I go like, what are the devs doing to some degree? Why do they keep kind of doing repeats of other units rather than giving us, like, for instance, if Jeannetron here had managed to be single target, that would have been pretty novel. Like, as long as they just didn't do single target arts, she would have been at least something else that stood out from the pack. So in that regard, yeah, I'm not really sure what their deal is. I still think she's fine. I'm still going to roll for her, but I have to admit, my JP account does not need her. So this is a purely greed Saberface roll. Is she a limited? Yes. Her kit's mid? No, I actually don't think it is. I was talking with people about this today, and it's really interesting because I think a lot of people are probably missing the forest for the trees on Jeannetron. And I'll explain that as we go through her analysis later, but I really do think that she has more applications than people probably realize. Far from make or break unit every account must have. Yeah, I agree with that. He's definitely not like some meta support or something like that. Oh! Wait, Orion, did you dono? Oh, you did. dozen birdies for the donkeys and data mined and shared spoilers. Yeah, I mean, y'all heard me, and thank you again for the donation. I appreciate it. Y'all heard me basically talk about that back during LB7, where I really harped on people for the like 2 years of spoiling of a particular character that was in LB7, that the name never appeared on screen and you could not have known about it unless you actually sat down and read the story, because it was not something that you would have fought or even like really realized that you were fighting at any point. So it's largely going to be the same thing here. And I'm going to be real with y'all for a second. The reason that I'm going to harp on the spoilers here, because again, we just did this before the rolls, but like, you know, obviously I think the community's pretty terrible about it as a whole. I think it's fine if you want the spoilers, just people got to be better about like shoving it in everyone else's faces. Shouldn't be retweeting it and liking it all the time. Shouldn't be posting it to Reddit, doing all that stuff just because they want more points and clout. In that regard, I think the FGO community is pretty terrible compared to most other modern gaming communities. Most other ones actually do understand that, hey, that's spoiler content. Let's not do that. What? uh, just to explain this for everyone in the audience, you know, obviously it's Black Grail. Hey, Black Grail's really nice. I've been playing JP since year 3, and that is the 5th copy of Black Grail for me. So after 7 years, I finally have MLB. So my brain kind of like shut down for a second there, because it's like, huh? I did not expect that in the slightest. That's so good. My JP account's made now. My JP account was already really good, but that literally, that's like the last missing piece of the puzzle. I actually managed to get MLB Rising Mud Rain on JP before I ever got MLB of Black Grail. So that is truly insane. We just YOLO'd it off a ticket. So it is what it is. God damn. Well, at least I got that. Anyways, back to what I was saying before. So like, yeah, I mean, spoilers just been terrible in the community. The community's got to do better about it. But the reason it's going to be so important, guys, we are a much different community than we were all the way back when Solomon Temple of Time came out. And I want to put this into perspective for you, chat. Solomon Temple of Time came out a year and a half into the existence of the game. We're going on year 10. So we're finally about to get the end of part 2 at the end of this year. And I hate to say it, but because the community is so different, there is not a snowball's chance in hell that the ending doesn't get spoiled. But it's on each one of us to do a better job to not spoil it for the people on, like, say, the NA or other servers. When it comes out on JP, let's all try to do our part and not actually spoil the major things that happen. I understand there's the desire to farm clout and internet points, but at the end of the day, it's just about having a good community and actually just not ruining it for everybody else. So to me, it's like, it's fine if you want to go look up the spoilers yourself. Just don't be spreading them around. And that's why I think it's going to be really, really important. Obviously, we're dealing with Ordeal Call 4 right now, but we're going to be headed towards the actual ending, like, big cathartic moment in the story. There probably will be a part 3 based off of things that the devs have said and little hints that they've dropped. But yeah, it's like, I don't I don't think it's fair to anybody at this point to just ruin it for them. And even if you're on JP, there were already people within like an hour or two of release of the chapter that were already spoiling the ending. So at that point, I look at that and I go like, even if you're Hun JP, you probably can't have read through it that fast. So people got to chill out. People got to respect each other a little bit. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely something where it's like, to protect yourself, guys, don't be going on Twitter. Don't be going to Reddit during that time. Definitely try to stay off YouTube to some degree. That's a new CE right there. The only really good new CE out of this batch, they're permanent Cs, so they're just available in the new pool, which is what makes getting Black Grail even weirder. But the only good one is actually the new 5-star. It's actually a pretty meta CE. It's a hybrid between Fragment of 2030 and just a crit damage CE, so it's really solid. I actually think it's going to be a pretty decent one for like supports, because you're basically going to be trading like about 2 stars at MLB for the equivalent of 20% more crit damage, and I think that's just really solid since it's all attack scaling. Yeah, YouTube, you probably got to stay off it. It's just people are pretty bad with their thumbnails and their titles. It is what it is. I usually try to keep all of that in mind whenever I'm dealing with y'all, but there's always going to be some level of like, hey, I gotta talk about the new unit and stuff like that. So it's like, if you're super strictest on the spoilers, yeah, I'd stay away from everything. With me, you guys can definitely watch me play through the new chapters and stuff like that, but I usually skip all story as I do it, so that you don't get any context for it. And then similarly, as I make my actual content, so like, making videos and stuff, I usually don't include story content for a while on YouTube. So it's just, hey, I'm just going to sit there and basically be covering the new units and like any mechanical game changes that come out. But other than that, I don't normally touch spoiler specific stuff. That's a nice one. I don't think it's my first copy. Oh, it is. That's weird, because I got my first copy of that on NA a while back. That means I've been like 2+ years without that. I hope Cad gets the 4-star Lancer. He's fun. He definitely seems interesting. Appear on my feed spoiling stuff. Yeah, I mean, I feel bad because I know like some people don't care, but some people really do. And like, for instance, one of my friends has gotten spoiled just literally trying to go give my my own video of you, and like one of the recommendations was immediately like right there, and it was something that just it was a major story spoiler, and he's like, what the heck, dude? Fletcher, thank you for the 16 months. Appreciate it, my man. Imagine they eat Black Grail from the pool. I don't think they can. They'll literally get people up in arms over that. Even if they replaced it with a new variant, people would be deeply upset. So when JP gets the part 2 finale this year, it's going to be spoilers everywhere? Yes. Yes. And like, to some degree, I'll have to cover it, but I always try to go as spoiler light as possible. Will Cad get OG John before Meta John? No, dude. don't put that evil on me. Even my JP has been spooked by OG John a ton. I love John. It's just John loves me more. They split the finale into multiple parts like they did with LB5. I don't think so. We saw a lot of like theories that they might split Ordeal Call 4 into multiple parts, and they didn't. So I think they're going to keep Duke of Flame. Oh my god, that's another one that I was trying to collect for a long time. I do have MLB of it though. I think they're just going to try to keep this as like short and succinct as possible. They're just going to wrap it up. I think they kind of know at this point that they've had some issues with doing multi-part releases. It doesn't mean to say that like they haven't had to at certain points. It's just I think looking back that like you have things like the LB7 release where they promised it and then they weren't able to deliver it. So I think at this point they're probably trying to be like, hey, let's get it all done ahead of time and then release it so we don't suffer the delay issue again. You have a ton of older ruler units already. I mean, like, who do you got? Like, who's your best AoE ruler? I don't get people saying she's not good. Yeah, I don't really either. I mean, it's not gonna be, and you guys got to understand this, when we're dealing with a ruler, don't expect it to be like world breaking damage. That's usually not going to be the case. But she's still pretty competent and able to work pretty solidly. Ruler Arturia, Ruler Professor, you're probably fine without her then. Because you have a Buster AoE. And like I said, I haven't gotten a chance to actually look at like the true numbers yet. But at least the TLDR I was given is that her numbers are pretty samey to Ruler Artoria's now after her buff. So I think they're solid, right? Like you don't expect it to be like the highest by any means, but I do think Jeannetron's got a little bit more under the hood in terms of like what she can bring to the table that may make her worth considering. And we'll talk about that as we go through the analysis. If we convince people she's not good, it means I might have more chances to get her. If only gacha worked that way, right? Then that would also imply, though, that the reverse is true. And that means that the more people try to get a unit, the less odds they actually do have of getting it. Therefore, like, nobody would get Jalter. Nobody would get OG Tamamo. Nobody would get Aresh Kagal. I'm reciting all of the old disaster banners. By the way, I think for whoever is counting, I think I had 57 tickets at the beginning of this. We'll probably go down to 50. That explains my rolls recently. Yeah. You know, thank you. Oh, there we go. So that is the new craft essence. And like I said, it's actually a pretty solid one. Let me see if I can click on it here. Yeah, so it's like on MLB, it's 6 stars per turn and 15% crit damage, all attack scaling. MLB, still all attack scaling, but it becomes 8 stars per turn and 20% crit damage. And I'm like, honestly, that's really good. It'll take people a while probably to get MLB of it, but that is actually a really nice craft essence. That's all good, Insane. Thank you for the lurk. Appreciate it, my man. Disaster Jalter was following me like a lost dog. Oh, don't say that to people in chat. An offensive 2030? Yeah. Yeah, like, it's funny because that's a good CE. None of the rest of the CEs that have come out are good. So, it is what it is. Yeah, I saw people saying that, Cody. Oh, there's the other new CE. So we already got all 3 new CEs. That's irregular. That does not happen to me very often. The game's like, here's your pity consolation prize because we're about to send you all the way to pity. We'll give you 1 copy each of all the new craft essences. Sad I didn't get a single copy of that. Yeah. She definitely has some nice challenge applications, JC. Which, to be fair, I feel like that's where Ruler's always been the strongest. Also, do you think they're adding a new class for the Mystery Servant? Are you talking about Banner 2? No. No, I do not. No, I think that will have a class. There is a data mined class for it because I assume it appears in story. I don't know if that class will stay because we've seen that happen. Like for instance, with Oberon and LB6, where he was, I think, 3 different classes throughout the course of the story. So we'll just have to see whether or not that's a thing. And yeah, it could be a pretender again. Being able to solo all boss battles for you from then and now, and basically nobody talks about him. He's still really good. But yeah, I think whenever anybody says, "Oh, this unit's like the one size fits all solution," they're just inherently wrong. And the reason for that is, even if they're temporarily right, and they never are, but even if they're temporarily right in saying that, it would absolutely be in the developer's best interest to change that so that that weren't the case. Because if you have a one size fits all solution, everyone's just going to roll it and nobody's going to roll anything else. They don't like straight shipping. I think it's just like straight people just sit there and silently like and retweet artwork and posts and stuff like that. And they're not very like outspoken. I have a theory on that, but I'm just gonna be honest. I don't think that's a theory for why this is the way that it is that I can like say aloud on stream without getting canceled. So it is what it is. Anyone pre LB6 can basically never be a one size fits all. Yeah. I like I said, the developers, if something like that ever did occur, would have it in their best interest to stop that from occurring. You think they'll introduce a counterclass to Beast into extra classes? What do you mean? Like the Beast one I get, but what do you mean by extra classes? Like how Beast counters all 7 classes? Right, but that's not Beast, that's specifically Draco. Because the next Beast that we get counters all the extra classes minus Avenger. So each Beast is its own unique thing. And to be fair, like that's not even a spoiler because even when Draco came out, they did specifically denote that the mechanics behind Draco were unique specifically to Draco. And that this would not be a like homogenous thing. Which was hilarious because Nasu simultaneously tried to tell the lie of this is the only beast servant you're gonna get. And it's like, okay. Sure, Nasu. Yeah, I believe you. They put major spoilers in the thumbnail. Yeah, I wish people didn't. Like, a lot of the times there's interesting ways you can do it. I think the one time I've ever been accused of putting a spoiler in the thumbnail was when I made the video for the analysis of Habitrot, and the thumbnail was Habitrot firing her NP. And someone was screaming that that was spoilers in the comments. And I pointed out to them, I'm like, that literally can't be a spoiler unless you already know what it is. It's like most people looking at that wouldn't have any idea. So it was really funny to me because I was like, hold on, you're actually, in trying to call me out, you're actually the one spoiling. Usually, I will put something in the title or the thumbnail in a sneaky way that kind of is something there, but it's like, if you don't know, it won't spoil you at all. Like, if chat remembers the... I probably shouldn't say, because if I say which one it is, chat might figure out what the spoiler is. But okay, chat. Now we start the actual spins. Yeah, if she had a targetable charge, that would make things a lot different. A Waldo, Wizard, and Scroll in each thumbnail? Yes. John listening to this song, yeah, I'm gonna wait. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't understand this one. This one doesn't feel like it's a catalyst. Oh god, chat. Oh god. Oh god. It's the sign. She's coming. Yeah, I mean, like, obviously don't talk about, like, story or kit yet, so there's really nothing you can talk about her without it being spoiler stuff. The Johning begins, yes. A triple OG John. John Jarcher and Jeannetron. Yep. Oh, nice. I don't remember if I have MLB on that on JP or not. Finally, gold orbs. They do exist. Lancer. Is it going to be Ashoka? It is. We got the Pillar Man, chat. If you guys haven't seen his sprite, this man absolutely brought a tree trunk to a sword fight. Fandom got skill 1 wrong. Oh, I didn't even look at fandom. I usually only look at fandom once we get on stream, because when the unit comes out fresh, fandom doesn't even have it updated. So I'm usually always working off of Atlas when things come out. And to be fair, even Atlas has had it wrong once or twice. And people are like, oh, well, it's a data mine, it can't get it wrong. And I'm like, actually, there are numerous ways that a data mine can be wrong. It's not the fault of the data miners, mind you. It's just like, yeah, I've basically seen it where, like, for instance, the in-game description that got data mined was incorrect. Or the skill effect was bugged. Atlas is the only source I trust on release. Yeah, I don't blame you. Like, taking something direct out of the game is probably the best, like, course of action. Yeah, I mean, there is a quote-unquote name that we're calling her by right now, Play, but I don't know if it's, like, the name, right? Rolls have been okay. We just saw our first gold, which was the Pillar Man. A human has to input the data mined info. Actually, they use a scraper, to my knowledge. So there's not even human input on it. So the question would be, like, did the scraper get it wrong somehow? Or, like, is it just a actual inaccuracy in the game? Which, like I said, it has happened. I think the one that happened fairly recently was and when I say fairly recently, I mean like in the past 6 months. I don't remember who it was on, but one of the units that came out had an incorrect description in game. Like the skill description that the devs put in the game was wrong. Which is interesting because it's like, did the devs just make a mistake, or was it like that was originally how they had it and then they changed it? How the doggos been? Doggos have been good. Doggos have been real nice, especially everything all considered. I'm trying to save my yard from dying literally due to like not having any water. The city's irrigation is still messing stuff up for us, so I have to keep going out there with my sprinkler on top of everything else I have going on. Feels weird. I mean, honestly, consider like the Lost Belt units. We waited even longer. I'm doing pretty good, Obito. How are you doing? Yeah, yeah. That's what chat was saying. Is apparently fandom had it wrong, whereas I never looked at fandom. To be fair, a lot of the times I'll detail stuff for you, but again, y'all know my mornings are literally like super busy with work, so like it's everything I can do just to be able to make like a post on YouTube or Twitter in the morning. Like, just even being able to get out a rudimentary post with like, hey, this happened, is difficult. Can't wait to read the story in 2 years. I'm excited for it. I already have a lot of theories about it just from talking with Trubs. Well, the 14 music, yes. 14's always had great music. No, I haven't gotten a copy of her at all yet. Ooh, Victor of the Moon. Or wait. No, that's another ending. I always get Victor of the Moon and another ending confused. Just like New Hampshire and Vermont. I know they're both up there. I don't know which one's which. I think New Hampshire is the east one, and Vermont is the west one. Grand System releases in May. Yep. That's going to be interesting, which, like, God, work is just killing me. I need work to, like, calm the F down so that, like, I can actually, like, get into my, like, summer, like, relaxation mode. What about Austria and Australia? Well, as far as I know, one is in Europe and the other is in Australia. But I'm not sure which. Georgia versus Georgia? That one I know. I've played too many map games not to know that. One is full of Caucasians and the other is full of the Caucasus Mountains. Oh, of course. Of course. Now it shows up. Dude, these CE rolls are fire, but the actual unit rate is garbage right now. We're almost 300 courts in and we've only seen a single gold. Urban Expedition 33 is also really great. I've heard so much like positivity about it that I assume that it is. However, I also feel like the aesthetic is very aesthetic. Bear with me for a second. That the aesthetic choice that they made for the game with its art style, it's a beautiful aesthetic, but it is a sort of like French Gothic style that I can see it being somewhat polarizing. So you probably either just like it or you don't. And if you don't like it, you probably don't play the game. And therefore, I can see where it's like, it's one of those weird things where like everybody that plays it likes it. What the heck? What is with these Cs? Yeah. But the people that probably would like ride the hype train and then not like it just don't play it. So like the game almost selectively weeds out the bad people that would be naysayers about the game. So I'm not going to say like that the game is like perfect or anything like that, but I do wonder like, is the game truly as good as people are claiming, or is it just like, hey, it's good rather than like it's elite tier good? So I'm not sure. I've already turned me off on the game. Yeah. When I said I wanted more gold units, I didn't mean you, woo. I saw a trailer that looked like a mobile game ad, to be honest. Yeah. Like I said, it's definitely one that I'm interested in. I think I have it on my wish list on Steam, but I am just legitimately so busy at the moment. I don't have any time to pick up a new game. I need to get back into playing Rivals competitive so I can get my season stuff done. I think Ray Dow is out now, and I need to also finish the Flower Blossom Festival stuff in Wilds, and I'm still currently playing through Oblivion. So I still have a ton of stuff to do. Lanza. And it's the Pillar Man. Yeah, how many Pillarmen were there? Was it the 3? Because weren't there like extra Pillarmen in the background of stuff? Oh my god. Oh my god. Bro, the 5-star CE rate is just actually insane. This is like the banner that I've been waiting for 7 years. If nothing else, I'll at least get good CEs from this. Cars, WAMU, AC/DC, and Santana. You can't say AC/DC. SCDC, yes. I find it so funny with the English translation and localization for JoJo always changes the name so that it's not copyright infringing, but you know it's just the actual name in Japanese. Rivals ranked is depressing at the moment. I'm gonna be real with you. It's not that like playing as a support doesn't suck in Rivals, but I also think like there's a degree of like it sucks. I think it definitely was skewed unfairly, but I also think people were probably complaining way too much about stuff. I do get the like dive apparently was really bad, and that is one of the reasons that I did kind of like stop playing for a little bit. As they were rolling season 2 out, I looked at it and I went, nope. Like what the game actually needs is it needs Namor 2. It doesn't need to be Namor, but it needs a like another anti-dive character. And I've seen people be like, "Oh, well, there are anti-dive characters. It's like Bucky and stuff." And I'm like, "Yeah, your Bucky on your team never pays attention to that ever. That Bucky just zooms straight forward and is always looking right at the tank, like 99% of the time." So they actually need to have another true anti-flank character so that they can't just ban out Namor and make it. Oh my god. Okay, this isn't the 5-star one. It's just twice Peaceman again. But yeah, so it's like I think that's what the game actually does need, and then they don't need to nerf flanking. And then if people want to run flank, there are actual effective counters to it. I think the game needs to be rock, paper, scissors. The problem that they have is right now, the scissors are missing one of the blades. So it's just rock and paper and a knife. Not even a knife. It's like a jank-ass prison shiv. That's the mentality that Blizzard had when designing Brig. It killed Overwatch. Yeah, it killed Overwatch. Oh my god, another 5-star. Maybe Ultron can fix that. No, I'm gonna be real with you. The solution to like support should actually be vulnerable to flankers. Like seriously. It should actually be vulnerable to flankers. But the solution should be that the other members of your team have ways to deal with the flankers to get them off of you. So you don't want to have to be like, oh, well, supports need to handle the flankers. Any team that thinks that the supports need to 1v1 the flankers is full of just idiots as far as I'm concerned. Like, yes, supports can try to deal with it, but there's a point at which when there's a concerted dive effort, the team needs to actually respond. Because what they're doing is they're creating a mismatch. So it's like, oh, it's 2v1 in your back line, and you're totally ignoring that. So here's the deal. It's like, you can let that happen. You can let the healer die, but the other healer better be there, or you're all dead. And furthermore, if you don't make something out of that, like, oh, they sent 2 people into your backline, so now you kill 2 of their people, that's a good trade. But if you only kill 1 of theirs, guess what? You each killed 1 and they killed your healer. So unless you killed their healer, they won that one. So it's like, it's just a really weird way to think about things. People do need to be actually peeling and actually guarding against flanks, and people don't do it. That is like, it's really weird. But to be fair, it was also that way in Overwatch for a long time, too. Yeah, I'm done with an A's Lotto. Three Pillarmen. Ha, ha, ha. And I want to be clear, the issue with Brig isn't that, like, Brig was, like, a bad idea. Brig was a perfectly fine idea. They just made Brig way too strong. Yeah, and hilariously, Brig was actually my favorite unit in Overwatch. And then everyone's like, oh, Brig's so low skill. And I'm like, I don't care. Like, it's just a fun unit to play. So when they nerfed Brig into the ground, and to the point that it was practically unviable to play in most scenarios, I'd stopped playing Overwatch. I definitely played other things. I enjoyed it, but Brig was the one that I enjoyed the most. too strong for low skill ceiling, yeah. Which is really funny. So it's like people will be like, oh, low skill, no skill. And it's like, meanwhile, I'm over here and it's like my main and rivals is Invisible Woman. And it's like, yes, one of the most complex healers. Honestly, I would say, like, people probably think Invisible Woman's easy. The biggest problem with Invisible Woman is positioning. It's not even the skill set, it's positioning. Because she has such a huge, like, range disadvantage over all the other healers. And to be fair, I think the only healer that's actually harder to play than her is probably Loki. Shoving people off the cliffs as an Invisible Woman is always a fun time. If people fall for it, yeah. What's your take on the NP levels you go for these new JP servants that are dropped out of nowhere and are saber faces? You still go for MP5 and JP2? Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. I'm gonna say this, like right now, this ain't looking too hot. I'm literally dealing with like a really, really low servant rate, so it does feel like the seed here is bad, for better or worse. Sorry, messing with someone. Yeah, like it really depends. My JP account is way more of like just my guilty pleasure at this point compared to my main, where it's like if this were coming out and it was my main, it was absolutely an MP5. On JP, I don't know. This may be like an NP2 at this point. We'll see. Because the problem is I have two other NP5s I have to do this year. And right now, ain't doing so hot. But we'll see. Maybe I'll get hot and the streak will just start raining. Yes. So the way to understand it, meat, is that all equivalent levels. So like even if you had a +7 on the 90 plus plus, you'd probably be better running the 90 plus. You'd have to actually be able to somehow do the plus plus higher. And I think the only exception to this is, I believe, at +11. +11 is the only one where 90 plus plus actually pulls ahead, which is really weird, by the way, because it implies already that you're able to basically 6-slot the 90 plus plus at that point. You just don't have an MLB. I'm happy with MP3, yeah. No, this is one of those where it's a saber face, so I do feel obligated. I do still think she's good. Even if she weren't a saber face, I'd probably still be rolling here. However, this is definitely one of those deals where the timing is not good for me, and I literally have an NP5 120 competitive unit with her. So it is just not a strong case for me at the moment. Yeah, that's the other reason play is like I have no idea what the future holds. And like, so if I go for like NP2 here, or NP3, or NP4, or NP5, anything basically under NP5, there's always the option I just finish it later. And this is something I think people don't get a lot of the times in the FGO community is like, you don't have to try to get everything all at once. You don't have to be like, all right, well, I rolled my 2 copies. Now I'm done. You can definitely try to get more copies over time. There is absolutely the mentality of if you like a unit or you feel like you want to make the unit stronger, that you can try to target their banners in the future. And so sometimes that patience just pays off. I mean, right now we got to get the first copy, so. Or the banner just doesn't run for 2 years plus. Yeah, it's definitely a thing. I don't think we'll deal with that here. I definitely think they'll bring it back, but it's definitely been a thing where like some of the meta supports they hold really tightly, and also the beasts they have held tightly. And I don't know why. Yes, this is an actual catalyst. Thank you. When in doubt, blame Nasu. I do. I blame Nasu a lot because ultimately he has responsibility for a lot of things. I mean, things like banner scheduling after the initial release, he probably doesn't like micromanage at all. But I do think like what unit comes out, how they're designed, how strong they are. I do think Nasu has input on all of that. And we basically know that. It's like the 90 plus plus is even less valuable. Yeah, I like I probably need to make a video about this. We're headed into a stretch of FGO where it is very easy to get the materials that you guys want. So when I see people complaining that's like, oh man, I'm not going to be able to get the materials, you are. You'll be fine. When's the last Arc rerun? Yeah, Arc is definitely another one that they've held pretty closely, and I don't know why. Later, Hotcake. Stay safe. Okay, this is definitely a catalyst, just not for the unit I want. I can't even get angry at this. I tried. It's okay. Maybe just find me some more Apocrypha music. Collab Beast meta supports. I'm gonna be real with you. Instead of phrasing it like that, what if I phrase it like this? The units that don't come back are the units that they think they can make a lot of money off of. So they create FOMO with it. Just saying. Especially plumes and Yggdrasil seeds. Yeah, I mean, all I'm gonna say, play is again, it's a marathon. So it's like getting even your like key units up and online can be done pretty quickly by just fixating on what they need. And then that really does take a lot of the pressure off of you to like get everything that you need. Got Juna MIA for 3 years. Okay, Squirtoria MIA for 3.5. Almost 4, actually, in her case. But chat, however, that actually can't be used. because since that moment, they have drastically changed the banner rate and strategy since Pity has come into the game after all of that. So that's not a good example because that's the past and they don't do things that way anymore. Like, remember, chat, you're literally guaranteed to get an ARC rerun. They're running every single SSR. For scarcity, yeah. Yeah, do I actually have enough for Pity? I didn't see how much I exited the tickets with. Yes, sweet. 718 sand courts to start. Yeah. I had what, 50 tickets? So that's like 150 courts. Ooh, that's cutting it close. Yeah, I was gonna say I probably have to use the fragments. I'm free. Hello, Avalon. Oh. Oh. You can get a copy now. Thank you. Thank you for my copy of Pillar Man. Chat, we've collected all the Pillarmen. One more for the full combo. I can keep going. Indeed, Aniko. Do it. Pillared. Or you mean pilloried? Well, that hesitated for a second there. That was weird. It's just a William Tell. So Kaito was drawing another art piece, and I went into his stream chat, and he's drawing a blonde character right now. I think it's a commission that he's doing. And I went into his stream and I was like, bro, just add the ponytail. No one needs to know. Is Pillar Man better than Percival? This is different. Like, comment about OC4 gameplay wise? Like an opinion? Yeah, I mean, as long as you don't get into specifics too much. OC4 has too many forced formations? Yeah, I mean, not surprised. From the last year-ish, who has been my favorite servant? Oh, thank God. I told myself, chat, if I saw Golden Ruler, I was not going to react. Because, hear me out, okay? Golden Ruler is a very dangerous card for my account, okay? Could have been Estrella? No, it could have been John. It could have been the original. And so that's why, like, there is going to be, every single time that happens, at least, like, one very brief, like, instance of me kind of being like, oh no. like just mentally, I'm going to be like, oh no. Weird to see a bronze ruler as an enemy. Honestly, to me, that's what they should be doing, is they should actually be adding low star variants of some of these classes. Congrats, Cody. I still would like to see another single target 5-star ruler. That's what I was saying at the beginning. So, like, all right, chat, hold on. Interesting.
メタトロンジャンヌ召喚に応じ参上しました。クラスはルーラーです。共に戦い秩序を世にもたらしましょう。いずれ私に遭遇することもあるかもね。
Is she like Aqua? I don't know. That's interesting. She literally is like, all right, hold on. Let me like get dressed. Let me put on my like actual outfit and you know, put my best foot forward. And then she's like, all right, I introduced myself back to lazing about. Using gremlin mode? Yeah, it seemed like it. It's interesting though, they've never really done that with a summoning where they just switch back and forth. Gabriel Dropout? Yeah, actually, that probably is the reference. I didn't even pick up on that, Blue, but you're probably right. Like, that is probably what they're going for with it. Did they do the same thing with Ark? Yeah, but yeah, I was gonna say, it's like it wasn't back and forth, right? Oh yes, Dorime chat. I have to add this to the actual like playlist. We need this to just randomly happen in the middle of chat. Can we get some CAD bless in chat? And Zen, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. But yeah, the unit from the past year that I liked the design of the most. Or like just liked the most. Let me take a look at it. Cause like the easiest answer is for me to just sit there and say, well, it's actually MH double XA because Saberface. But I want to see the actual like servant list. I'm in the... Wow, yeah, that all happened in the prior year. That's wild. Yeah, I'm gonna say bias towards Saberface, but if I pull out the bias, I'm gonna be real with you. I'll give you like 3 other units besides MH double XA. The first is actually Takaru. Yamato Takaru. He's really freaking good. The second is gameplay wise, it's absolutely Seal, like beyond a shadow of a doubt. And then from there, probably Phantasm Moon, but I'll be honest, I really like Marie Alter. Like I'll be serious here. I think this last year they did a much better job of design compared to prior years. Most of the characters felt like they were more creative and interesting. All of them look like Saber except for Marie. You're gonna say Seal looks like Saber. I mean, like, yeah, it's a Takeuchi face, but not Lohi. I'm actually not super particular about like Lohi's design aesthetic. I really only care for the third ascension, and even that, like, it's kind of weird because she's a harpy. Yeah. Debating whether or not I should address this. I will address the elephant in the room at this point because so many people have brought it up. This is technically story spoilers, guys, so I'm gonna go really light with this. But MASH does have more stuff coming with Ordeal Call 4. And I will at least say she does have a Bonsi now. So with that in mind, yes, I do think they could potentially do more with MASH. But beyond that, not really going to go over it too much. Like I'll probably do a video specifically for MASH, but I'm going to make that a separate thing and I'm going to let people choose whether or not they wish to engage with it. Because I understand that does drift into spoiler territory. A cuter swimsuit this year, yeah. Not gonna make a demonstration? I literally couldn't demonstrate it until I actually did the story anyways. It's been all over Twitter, I know. Twitter needs to stop. That's the only thing I can say about it. Have they mentioned anything about Summer 10 yet? No, because they're way more on the like Annie 10 train right now. Like, so they're going to be, everything they're going to be doing here is going to be hyping up Ordeal Call 4, the grand system that's coming after that, and then immediately, like, they're going into anniversary hype mode. And I'll be honest, they're already kind of in it. So at that point, don't expect any news about Summer until anniversary. I still haven't gotten the collab announcement either. Because we're probably not gonna get a quote unquote collab right here. Like we might get an event after, but there's no guarantee it's gonna be a collab. I think 10,000 Saint Court seems reasonable for Annington. Sure. Yeah. Why stop there? You know what? I don't think that's reasonable. I think 100,000 is a reasonable amount.
Cat gets it, yes. How many boxes from Lottos we need to go from 100 to 120? The equivalent of leveling somebody to 120 is the equivalent of leveling them to 121 times. So, about 500 boxes. Not even kidding. Although, actually, chat, I believe for the next day, if all you care about is embers, I believe for the next day there's still half-cost ember gathering on an A. Oh, double-sided. There we go. All the Pillarmen complete. So at least I got MP5 of him. Which, at least for my JP, that's not a bad acquisition, because I think my prior strongest AoE 4-star Arts Lancer was Melt. And I think I only had like NP3 of her on JP. Unless I did get... No, I just recently got Percival on JP. Trust, my source says trust me, bro. Sure. No, it's definitely not 200. Like, with suck procs, you could definitely get a lot further. But I think in order to brute force it, it's 500. Becomes a problem when you only have one Lotto per year to go for 120. I've told you guys this before. Don't assume you're only getting one Lotto a year. I'm gonna be real with y'all right now. Unless they just don't run Christmas this year, and I still doubt that that would even matter, I think you're almost guaranteeably going to get 2 Lottos this year on JP. And I think the reason I can guarantee this is because, one, they will probably need to pad for time after Ordeal Call 4 here wraps up. And two, because they really seem like they're trying to get people to actually like get prepared for and use the grand system, it makes sense to do a Lotto really quickly here. So you'll probably get a summer Lotto, if I had to guess. Based off of how the devs are acting. Yeah, like, people have a tendency of like jumping to conclusions. Just because it happened once in FGO does not mean it's going to be happening every time. And if we only get one Lotto, we do. At that point, that's evaluated as it happens. See, I can't even rely on the color scheme because it's the same color scheme as the card starts to reveal as OG John. All right, SNP2 chat. Goal reached? What do you mean goal reached? Not bad for only 700. That smoothed things out quite a bit. Like, if not for getting that second copy here, these rolls were pretty atrocious. Song fitting. Yeah, that's why we're gonna roll again. Because the song is fitting. Doing any of the chapter tonight? I probably won't get to Aetherius. It'll probably not be until tomorrow because I still, like, after the rolls are done, I have to go over the new units. Oh, yes, Jeannetron. Jeannetron to summon Jeannetron. Your cuckoo rolls were great till you hit NP3. Yeah. Funny how that works, right? Yeah, we'll definitely be going through Ordeal Call 4. If for no other reason, then I gotta get prepped for stuff, and at least the good news is, chat, like, my deadline should be tomorrow. So at least if nothing else, I like my hours should go back now. That's the real thing that I'm hoping for, and God almighty, I'm gonna turn the screws on them at work tomorrow if they don't actually get the deadline resolved. I want that deadline done before, like, freaking lunch. What do you call 4 is half AP right now? Is it? Interesting. Interesting that they did that on release. Will I do NACQ today? It has an ass mechanic. Wait. Was there a separate CQ besides the EQs? Did I forget about that? Yes? Shit. Well, we'll do that at some point. The burrito one. Super healthy burrito. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. Because, like, yesterday we spent all day doing those EQs. I'm glad I'm not working at your bank. Why? I haven't spent a single dollar yet. Right now, I spent more money on my Lotto scuffs than I've spent on this banner. Yeah, I mean, it took a long time for me because I purposely did them as bad as possible. And it was fine. Like, we got to the last one and I was like, man, I just don't feel like doing this in the worst possible way. Because we had already been, like, doing them for 3 hours. My bank asked me if it was a scam and I said no. Yeah, it's so interesting. Not that, like, banks have to be on the up and up of stuff like that, but I would think, like, assuming you did it through a legitimate vendor, they would just be like, all right. Ah, yes. Is this because Jeannetron can be abbreviated as JT, aka Justin Timberlake? Bank? Yeah, someone's talking about purchasing the Nintendo Switch. So I assume they meant that they used their debit card or something. It was you due to scammers, yeah. Yeah, I saw they launched the advanced quest, which I'm just like, ain't nobody got time for that. Though, to be fair, I think the advanced quest, wasn't this batch 14 that just came out? So I think there's a dust one. I think you can MLB the dust CE in this one. But yeah, it's like, the Lotto absolutely takes priority. Save that for later. Jeannetron's probably my favorite nickname in a while. It's been a while since we had a good one. And to be fair, like, Like, John just seems to have really good nicknames. Jalter, Jerker, Jonta, Jeannetron, John Day Archer. Jerker is the best one. Jerker is the best one. I like Jalter. Yeah. I'll probably never touch Advanced Quest again. They definitely have a problem at this point of if they don't start delivering MLB of some of the other CEs, people just aren't going to do them. But that being said, they haven't done an Advanced Quest in JP in a while, I feel like. And even then, they don't do them often. It feels like they've really slowed them down. Same unit twice in the same extra class feels like a wasted opportunity. Can I interest you in Abigail Williams? You should definitely take a look at all of her various forms. BB, yeah, BB's another one. BB now is 3 different moon cancers. Yeah, to be fair, BB Dubai is probably the most egregious like double up that they've ever done. Because it was a triple up, right? Like I have like no ill will towards BB Dubai. I know a lot of people are like really upset over that. To me, it's like it doesn't really matter. But I do at least lament the opportunity cost of it. The Catalyst song, Umineko, I see. Yeah, someone mentioned earlier Trub's Gabriel dropout for the reference on Jeannetron, and I was like, shit, they're right. The useless angel. Oh. Gold. Was Trubs' Catalyst correct? No. No, it was not. We got another pillar, man. Gabriel Dropout was a fun watch. It was. Like, in that regard, it does feel like anime has become less creative over time. There's still some really good shows. There's still stuff that I love, but it does feel like shows are like getting typecast way too much, and like the authors are willfully letting it happen because they're just trying to cash in. So it's like instead of just writing something creative and unique, they're just like, wait, I haven't made an isekai. I'm gonna make an isekai, and then like they do it too, and then they put their own spin on it, but it's like it's half-assed and they don't actually think enough about it. Have you seen the Lazarus anime? Yeah. Lazarus is okay. I actually like, I'm gonna be real with y'all right now. Lazarus is like maybe like a 6 out of 10 right now for me. I don't think it's bad. It's just it hasn't really done anything to like grip me or sell me on it. Like I'm gonna be real with y'all. Like, oh, Rainbow Ruler. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. I was like, it would absolutely be a thing, right? Like, guaranteeable that, like, that's how OG John would show up. She'd be like, hey, rainbow orbs, ruler. It's me, bitch. Will it give me the pop-up? Yeah, it'll let me convert at least. Well, at this point, no point in converting the whole stack. We'll just convert 2 of them. Send it, baby. You look so stressed when a ruler card comes. It's just a little bit of a panic attack, that's all. Oh, nice. The new Demonic Bodhisvata. I think I got a copy of it when it first came out. Gold orbs again. So yeah, Trubs' catalyst did work. That's awesome. The more you keep rolling, the higher your chances of getting spooked by OG John or Luvia. I'm aware. John pops up and screams, La Pucelle. Studios are afraid to take the kind of risks they used to, and they weren't just adapting successful mangas. Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna be honest, and I'm sure it's happened since then, but the last like original animation that didn't come from a light novel or a manga that I can remember was it VV Chat? I feel like that's the last one that I can remember. Oh, was Licorice Recoil? Interesting. I didn't realize that. Literally, Lazarus isn't true, I guess. Yeah, I didn't think about that. So I guess there have been some. There's plenty, just not super popular. Yeah, I do think in that regard, like one of the reasons they go for it is because it's like, hey, this is a proven thing and I know it's going to work. Let me see if I have anything in the mail. Well, shit. Oh, look, chat, dust. Oh. Oh. Okay, hold on. Did shop reset? Oh, that's a good question. Shop very well might have. Ha! Okay, so that should be like 2 more rolls for me then. So we'll do 10 tickets because now I have another batch of 10. Sorry, chat. I think I touched the capture card connection. Cat, you have such a huge mailbox. Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet. Just wait till I'm done with the lotto. Just wait till I roll out all my boxes. Pilaman. I see 7 Grail fragments on that JP account. Yeah, you want to see how many Grails I have on that JP account? Yeah, so it's like it makes sense that they're focusing primarily on like mangas because it's a proven thing, and if a manga's popular, they know the anime will also be popular, or at least that it'll go into it with a lot of eyes on it. So I do understand why they're doing that, but I do agree it's a problem because it's like it's killed the creativity in the genre. So they just constantly are now in like adaptation mode. It was the last original series to be mainstream. I don't know, because like that entirely depends on what you consider mainstream. I think it's fine to a degree play. I do understand people want to roll it out. I myself am the same way, but I think it's fine. Oops. Wait, did I go over my 12? Hold on. No, okay. There should be like 2 more rolls here. Define original too. Yeah, there's definitely some like gray area with some of the stuff. I do agree. They are reaching a point of unsustainability. They are trying to adapt mangas after like chapter 1 is released at this point. It's like, "Oh, you've just released a hit new manga. We want to absolutely sign you to an anime deal." And it's like, "Dude, what?" All right. So that's going to be it for the tickets. I can convert for another 7 here. Sorry, 9, not 7. They haven't made an original anime since Astro Boy IMO. What? Like, huh? Yeah, Gundam isn't based off of like anything pre-written. However, Gundam definitely is an established IP that is long running and just kind of like they have a formula and they stick to it for the most part. Like, don't get me wrong, they've been doing some new stuff with the newer Gundams, which I like, but you can always expect certain things in a Gundam anime. Anime industry and adopting unsustainable business practices, name a more consistent duo. Oh, wait, yeah, it's definitely a thing. Naruto and Bleach may have never seen anime adaptations if it weren't for the industry shift that resulted from the 90s crash. Yeah, I do think like there's definitely some positivity to it. Like some people's favorite mangas have absolutely gotten to see the light of day and gotten full adaptations rather than just being doomed to obscurity. But like I'll give you guys an example. One of mine was Vinland Saga. I never expected Vinland Saga to get animated. And to be honest, I'll be really curious to see if they continue it. I don't know that they will. Because people really did not like that second season. Was Vinland Saga unpopular before its anime? It was a popular manga, but it was never like the most popular one. And it's one of those like it's extremely like long running. Director teased the possibility. Yeah. The issue with Vinland Saga is a lot of people don't understand, I think, what the like or it's not that they don't understand, it's that they don't value what the director is going for with it. Chat, do we stop within P3? Or do we go all the way? I care about you. Yeah, I mean, what would have stopped me is if we went like all the way to pity. I would have just been like, you know what? It's not here right now. The game's not doing it. but the luck has turned around, so we'll see. I'll throw a couple packs, I think, and we'll see if it does anything. And if not, we'll stop. Dude, I can never find the freaking St. Quartz purchase page. Holy crap. Oh my god, enough of the freaking pop-ups. Holy crap. There we go. Chat, by the way, they better give us this for NA anniversary this year. We better get an English version of this website. Like, I'm going to be super disappointed if they don't give us a way to actually, like, purchase quartz directly. Hold on, chat. It's got to send me a text message. Okay. I think it's coming back. Whee! Yeah, quartz packs are pretty cheap right now in JP, just due to the conversion rate more than anything. Okay. At least now purchasing the next pack will be faster if possible. Remember to use discount code? Yeah, hey, what's the discount code? Is it Papa John's? Like Janu? Did I see it? No, I didn't. Is there actually one? It wasn't a joke? Yeah, I actually thought you guys were joking. It's 5%. It's 5 on top of the normal, 5 pregnant. Something tells me you're not a native English speaker. Percent. Okay.
Are you talking about the 5% off on top of the 5% off one-time 10% off deal?
Thank you, Trubs. Yeah, no, I had not heard of it.
Yeah. So right now in the live stream, they had a. Here, I'll give you the code. You copy pasta this before you purchase.
Yeah, thank you.
So yeah,
Perks of watching
they-
Trubs. I mean, listen, Chad, I was asleep. Okay.
Yes, essentially, they definitely stated that it is a one-time thing that you get to save 10% off when you're usually spending 5%. Because when you purchase it from Anime Online, you're getting a 5% off discount.
Yeah.
But if you buy it with the code 5 more %, that's the discount code.
Hey, you remember how when I was first talking about this as a concept, I told you that they could do this?
Yeah.
And so chat, this is really funny because I was talking with Trubs way back before they ever did a website about like how would they do a website and how would they do the direct purchase, and I backdoored it and I figured that their actual rate that they would offer us was somewhere between 10 to 12% off, and then instead we only got like 5% cheaper. And like I remember talking with Trubs and we were both like, yeah, I mean it's Aniplex, what do we expect, right? So it's like, hey, you can get 5% more off. It's like, yeah, this doesn't cost them anything. This is just literally them offering it to us at the rate they probably should have been. It's just really funny. It's like, hey, it's a sale.
So
thank
copy
you.
that what I
didn't
DM'd
realize
you.
it was... So does this only work on one purchase, or is it like any
It is
purchase
a
during this
one-time.
time?
No, it's a one-time purchase.
Okay. Well then, fuck.
In order for you to do this, it is a one-time purchase, and you have to link your online account, Aniplex account, and then subscribe to the Mail magazine, quote unquote. Right? It'll probably tell you. You can unsubscribe
Yeah, I
once
mean,
you're done with that.
I don't know if I am, but like, so wait, where
I
do
think
I
as long
put
as-
it in?
Okay, so you logged in, you already bought it, yada yada yada.
Well, yeah, I'm logged in. I already did the first purchase anyway, so I'm just like, I'll definitely buy another one if it's 10%.
So on whenever you go to the second bar, it'll have a coupon code insertion, like this. Do you see my screen? I shared you the screen. Do you see it on Discord?
On Discord? No.
Yeah, just give it a quick peek.
I don't see it. I mean,
How
if you
about
want,
now?
just do a screen capture and post it in DMs. Because that's
Oh,
safer, because I'm streaming, so I have no idea what that'll do.
That's true.
I don't want to accidentally pull open your credentials on stream.
That's true. It'd be pretty funny.
I'm gonna pop some tags.
Okay. So copy, paste.
Are you talking about once you already
Right,
have it
circled
in the cart?
So yeah, once you already have it in the cart and go purchase, once you get to the second line there, on the
Okay, so
right
proceed to
side is gonna
checkout.
be
Yeah.
an insert code there. Copy pasta, whatever.
Oh,
put up
interesting.
There says,
I had
5
no
more
idea
percent.
that's what that was.
yeah. As Mafia
Unable
stated,
to add
chat,
coupons to cart. Oh,
unable.
Jeannetron NP4 while we're doing this.
Feels good, man. Congrats.
Feels good indeed. Yeah, so it just says unable to add coupons to cart. Do you think it's because I'm like not signed up for their stupid newsletter?
It could be. I mean, that is one of their dumb fucking requirements.
Do you know where that is to like turn that on? I assume it's somewhere in the settings.
Oh yeah.
Sorry we didn't mention it earlier. No, it's fine. I mean, it feels like without Trubs, I wouldn't be able to do it anyways. I would just put the code in and then call chat a liar. It's like, oh, it doesn't work. It's gonna show up in the rolls anyways, probably.
Okay, So got it. So click on your name, right? Go to my page.
Yep.
Go 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 row down. You get to see kind of the my account symbol.
Yeah, hold on. I have to like translate everything and then okay, so
Okay.
you see the what symbol?
So you see the key next to the key. There's like the my user like icon.
Change
At the
member
very
info?
bottom. Yeah, click on that.
Oh yeah, I see it. Email delivery
All the way at the
settings is
bottom.
listed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. And then change it, and then try that code again after you refresh that page. And then you already got your account connected.
It's still telling me no. Let me refresh. Yeah, it's still saying no. I'm looking to make sure. I don't think I put any other symbol in there. You're sure it's that exactly like what you typed?
I'm double checking as we speak.
Yeah. Yeah, I got it turned on. I just was there any other qualification besides just having the newsletter on?
No, I think it might just be my spelling. Try this one. I think I just copied the extra 3 words.
Oh, so without the kanji or whatever?
Yeah, without the 3 letters.
Nope.
Yes, I'm reading it right now. I'm seeing how they said, yeah, subscribe to the newsletter. Oh, there's the coupon code. I'm brain dead. Sorry. There you go.
What the
Yeah, that's it. Oops, Mobby.
Yeah, that's way different.
Mobby boys.
Hey, it worked.
I apologies.
No, it's fine.
Because it says saying use this coupon 5% off to get 5% off. So I was assuming the coupon code was 5% off.
Yeah.
Then I started reading exactly what they fucking wanted to me, and they're just like, "Oh, here's the coupon code for the coupon code," and I'm like, "God damn it!"
It's all good, but that definitely helps me. Thank you, I appreciate it, bud.
Of course. Make sure you do, up to pity so you can save 10% off, like Mafia said. Bye.
Post the code for us. Trubs, you want to post it for him? Yeah, it only is going to work on Anaplex's online account. Is it a one-use code? Yes. Yeah, because like worst case scenario, chat, I buy the pack here and I just don't use it. Like we literally have anniversary new year, anniversary summer, like, and then the end of the year. It's like, don't worry, it'll get used. Oh god damn it! Hold on, chat. It's screaming at me for the thing again. Okay. Completed. Thank you again, Mr. Trubs. Yeah, that was Two Love Trouble. My good buddy and our resident translation expert. So thank you to him for that code. Am I going to roll Banner 2? Probably not, but it definitely depends. At least from what I have seen of the unit, and I didn't look too closely at it. I know the card type and I know the projected class. I don't know. It's like an up in the air. It really depends. I'm gonna say probably not, but like I have way too much to roll. I hope they do discount codes more often from now on. They really should. Like I was talking to you guys earlier there. It's like my projected amount that they could easily grant us is a good like 10 to 12%, and they would still be making way more money. Because chat, the entire reason that they want to get off something like the iTunes or Google Play stores is that both of them take like 30% commission rate. So any transaction you do, so like let's say you buy a pack for like $80, 30% of that is just going elsewhere. You want to know why like Apple's one of the biggest companies in the entire world? That's why. Like they take a 30% cut of every transaction. It'll expire on 5/14. Beware, get FOMO'd. Yes. Yeah, and Trubs, if you want, feel free to like delete the images. I mean, I'm not going to do anything with it, but it doesn't matter. Just for your own safekeeping, you never know if I get hacked or something. But yeah, it's like at that point, them offering it direct to us means that all they have is their own overhead of running the website that they, frankly speaking, were already running. So at that point, to me, it's more of like a wholesale type thing where it's like it's going direct to the consumer, and it's not it'll probably. Oh no, okay, it didn't. That's weird then that it gave me loading. I thought it was gonna like back me out since I purchased the pack. Does the code? Yeah, it's only for one pack. So they could give us 25% and still take more. Probably not. And that's why I said, like, I estimated probably the maximum was about 12%. They could give us 12% off and still take like 12% for themselves, and it would be worth it. So it'd be them splitting the difference with us. But instead they gave us like 5% off. So that's just them pocketing the extra like 7% there. Because the idea is nobody will use your website if there's no advantage to it. So that is to say, if I could just purchase it directly in-game on my phone, and it costs the exact same amount as going to their website, you would just do it through your phone every time. So there has to be a cost savings for going to the website. It had to happen. It had to. It literally... I can't even get angry, okay? It had to happen at least once. There's no way I was going to get away with it like all 5 times. It had to spook me at least once. I mean, honestly, at that point, I would have rather had OG John, just from the standpoint of it would have at least been an additional copy of her. Because I don't think I have NP5 of her on JP. I think I have NP3. However, all 3 of those copies are spooks. Scales of justice tipping backwards, yes. They could probably get a lot of low spenders to buy a pack if they did like a 25% discount during Annie. I don't think they would, though. Like it would certainly help them, but I don't think you would see them doing it. Whee! So that's interesting. You can keep doing the rolls and it won't load the courts until you actually back all the way out. Four stars, not a spook. I mean, it's same class. King Gil, thank you for the 15 months. Appreciate it, my man. means another buff for her is coming. I doubt it, honestly. Because the real problem at this point is if they buff Estrella, they threaten the only actual 5-star single target ruler. So they could give us 25% and still make more? No. No, like giving us 25% would probably be a loss for them. Is the coupon a one-time use from the stream? Yes, it's one-time use. When it's extra class, it might as well be. Yeah, that's kind of my point. It's like, it is what it is. I'm a firm believer that the way that this gacha actually works in FGO is that it probably spins up the card, and as it's like I think the roles are predetermined in that regard, but I think like it goes to it and it's like, okay, this is gonna be a ruler card. And it's like, aha, this is going to be a gold ruler card. In this case, it has to be because ruler doesn't have a non-gold variant. But it's like, okay, it's going to be a ruler card. Oh, it's a gold. And then it like from there, I think it goes like, does it need to be a 5-star or a 4-star? And sometimes you get the 4-star, sometimes you get the 5-star. For the longest time, the hardest single target archer was a 4-star. I mean, that's still the case. Do you buy packs one at a time? Yes, I usually buy them one at a time. I don't see the value, so hear me out, chat. Because of exactly this situation that we just had, where it's like, oh, there's a coupon. There is almost no value to like pre-purchasing and stocking up on a bunch of them, because you never know when they like run a sale or when like all of a sudden the like conversion rate works way more in your favor, that sort of stuff. So to me, like, yeah, I mean, I guess in theory, if you can catch it where it's like, oh, the conversion rate from like USD to Japanese yen is at an all-time low, like, yeah, that might be a time to actually stock up. But in theory, it's just always going to be better to wait otherwise, because you just never know, a better opportunity might present itself. It says 50,000 yen is the max limit. So is that 5 packs? I believe so, yes. Although that's weird, because if I remember correctly, you can actually slot in like 99 packs on the purchase. Isn't this the first sale they've run? It's the first one that I know of. They may have offered another one that I missed out on. Hello, Iron. You're still summoning for Jeannetron? Yes. Why wouldn't I, chat? Not worth breaking. Reading the JP News site, and it says 50,000 yen limit after discount. I didn't even think about that. So yeah, you might be able to purchase multiple packs at a time, but I don't know. I was told it was 1 pack, so I just did the 1 pack. Fifth MLB for Lotto Gacha. Nice. Congratulations. Deeper chat. It went from NP1 at the beginning of stream to now, okay, NP5 is good. Listen, chat. To be fair, I did say it depended on the luck, and the luck very quickly turned around. We're not even that deep.
You ready?
What's up?
Let me get this cleared out for everybody in chat and yourself.
Oh, sure.
You already spent the code.
Yep.
Okay. So this campaign allows you to get a 10% off in a one-time purchase.
Up to 50,000 yen.
Up to 50,000 yen.
Yeah. So you could
that's
buy
why-
5 max packs at a time.
Yes. And that's why I told you, just like Mafia said, buy it up to pity and then purchase it for 10% off.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. I would have done that too. Oh
So,
well.
Yeah, that was my bad for not telling you that there is a limit to it. I was assuming that you
Nah, it's all
were
good.
going to buy multiple packs. But yeah, good luck. Got this. Hey.
I just stole 2 Jeannetrons and a single multi from you. Listen, I don't think I would have wanted 2 in a single multi. That would put me at NP6. You think global FGO is getting account binding soon? That's what I was talking about before. They really should do like this year for anniversary, we better get the actual like website. Because if they don't, it will have been an entire year since they launched that on JP. And this is one of those things where, so it's not a quality of life thing, chat. This is it makes both Aniplex and the players a better outcome. Like it's going to make Aniplex more money and it's going to save the players more money. We're removing the middleman by doing it. So them not releasing this for NA is like every day that goes by, it's them shooting themselves in the foot for money. So if we don't get it for NA this year, I'm going to be like, guys, it's been a year. What are you doing? Like, it does not take you a year to build a website. I don't care how elaborate the website is. We have a backup for getting our accounts back for making for easier recovery. Right. So it's like they really need to. Securing our accounts is more important than 5% saving. It is to you. You know what's more important to the devs? 5% saving. The devs just want the money, right? Like, if securing our accounts were important, they would have fixed that a long time ago. Because I still think probably one of the fastest ways to lose a long-term player of FGO is to have them, like, break their phone or lose their account in some way, and then they can't recover it. And then, like, it just pisses the player off, and they say, you know what, I'm good. Ooh, nice, another Prisma. God, this banner has been really good for 5-star Cs. Really good. I have gotten so many solid options from this. Oh, another Pillar Man. Year 1 account binding would have been something, right? The devs care about cutting out the Apple and Google store market fee. Right. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's in their best interest to do it like yesterday because they just literally get more money. The faster they can crank that out, the more money they get. So if we don't have it by NA's anniversary this year, it will have basically been a year since they did it on JP. And then I'm going to be like, why? Like I understand that it takes them time to maybe like go, hey, okay, we also need the NA equivalent of this. Let's start getting it set up. But it's like after a year, I have to legitimately wonder what's taking them so long and what they're doing. They are an actual like fairly decently sized corporation, so I assume they have the capability and the manpower to do it. If you're a paying player, account recovery is much easier. Yeah. Still not a guaranteeable though. Gotcha's been fairly good now. God only knows what the devs care about, but we all know what the suits care about. Right. Yeah. And so that's where it's like something tells me they've probably got like one of the Aniplex of America interns on it. and they're just taking their sweet time, and they have no idea how to set up like an actual account process, and it's just like they don't know and they're in over their head. But we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it comes out here at anniversary and they're just trying to wait for a big announcement point. But at the end of the day, I'm gonna say this is like they should just. Yes. There we go. All right, that's not bad. Honestly, that's fairly good results there for an NP5. That is ahead of schedule. So that is Janu not being evil to me. She was a little evil at first, though. The website will 100% crash on an A? Probably. Probably. It'll get bombarded by whales. Thank God I wait until my normal stream time to do my rolls. Everybody always rolls faster, so I'm usually one of the last people to roll for a given unit, which is good. Time for an NP6. I mean, at this point, if it happens, there's nothing I can do about it, right? It's not like I'm sitting down and trying to roll for it. Considering Pity's MP1 can be 900, this is very good. It is. Considering how my rolls have gone prior in this year, it's very good. I'm very pleased and happy with this. NP5 plus John Spook. If John spooks me now, I'll just laugh. Like, I'm not even going to be upset. I can't get upset at that point. And there you go. That was the last spin. So, it worked. And with one multi to spare. I wouldn't be shocked if NA has a noticeable dip in Spender's Whale since JP announced the website with a discount as people started waiting for that to save on. It probably has. But at the same time, I think pretending that people have enough like willpower in a gacha environment in which they were already spending money to then withhold that money and not spend. I'm not going to say it's impossible and that it can't be done. I just think that like you're sort of betting against the tide at that point because you can expect that people will just continue to spend money because that's just how people are. And it's not like I think where people would withhold money is if like the devs did something that quote unquote screwed you over. That's where people will get upset and they won't spend money. But I think with something like this where they're just like, oh, hey, it's eventually going to come out on an A, they're probably just like, yeah, whatever. No one knows when it'll come out. Yeah, that was NP5 Jeannetron. Now we can finally assemble her. Don't look at the spare Squirtoria chat. It can't hurt you. Or the spare Artorias chat. They can't hurt you. There's my original copy. Yeah, we actually ended up with a lot of Pillarmen then in the end. You're going to need the new mats. Yeah, and I assume the new mats are not available in the pure prisms yet. Actually, let me check that woo. Do I have NP5 woo? I do. Oh, man. We also had Estrella. I'm pretty sure my JP Estrella is MP5. We'll designate you the main one. And then swoop. Oh, damn it. I hate that it doesn't just indicate on top that's like, oh, this is the base one. I don't even feel like it should display the base one on that screen. We did it, chat. I did also get caching on NA as well. Nice. FGO has never had a real banner screw up where they mess up so badly they have to do something like refund all players' Saint Courts. NA hasn't. Korea did, but that was more due to like they fudged the rates and they nearly lost the entire thing, so they had to like give out a ton of like consolations. NA also did Dante's banner. Oh right, yeah, they did have the Dante's banner. That Dante's banner situation was weird, but I mean, it is what it is. It happened. Okay, chat. Now we've got her. I definitely need to get her leveled up and worked on, but I suppose because time is of the essence, I need to jump right into the analysis with you guys. So let me get set up here. I first need to actually like sit down and look at the numbers here real fast, because Avalon sent them to me, but I haven't had a real chance to look at them. Yeah, the real issue is not having the Black Grail, which you can still get, but just not in a conventional, like, single damage dealer setup. MLB, my Black Grail. All right, hold on. Still looking over the numbers. There's actually probably quite a few C's I can MLB. Oh, it's finally gonna be a thing. I'm so ecstatic. Finally, chat. I have to actually unfavorite that. Look at the years. I told you. I told you. It was a thing. Do I even have the CEs for it? I think I do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Exactly. Shoomp. You went like 3 years without a single one? Yeah. Yeah. It's a thing. Wow, yeah, she is like dead even with Buntoria outside of niche. Well, chat, you know what that means. Buntoria needs an upgrade. Feels good, man. Really? God, Amakus is such a fucky unit. Wait, Avalon, are you here? Can't you start Amakusa with a 60%? I think it's maxed out a pen and he gets 20% charge on the front end of his skill. And then 20% per turn. God damn. Black Grail, one hell of a drug, chat. Yeah, I knew that was coming. Damn, Avalon didn't give me refund numbers for John. Okay. Refund 15%. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, 15. Where's my 15? Okay. The last Buster AoE ruler was Buntoria, so it's been a while since that. Wait, was it Buntoria or was it Cats? Did Ruler Cats come first or second? I feel like Ruler Cats was second. Five stars haven't had a Buster AoE ruler in a very long time. That doesn't mean we need another. Chat, do we need another Buster AoE Archer? Probably May 8th, sport. I'm gonna be making a video about that again. Okay. Go for it this way. But do we need a quick or arts archer either? Single target, yes. We still don't have a single target quick archer of a 5-star variety. I know that's like, think about that, chat. Think about how insane that is. We do not have a 5-star single target quick archer. Doesn't exist. We've been in the game 10 years. Meanwhile, there are like 6 Buster AoE 5-star archers. And we don't have a single one. Like, it's the same thing. That was my criticism that I said at the beginning of the rolls. Like, why hasn't Lasingle realized that they actually need 5-star single target rulers? It's really weird. Okay, it looks like they fixed the charge issue. I'm going to give them benefit of the doubt because of time here, and I'm going to assume everything else on the screen is right. If chat wants to do a side-by-side comparison to help me out, let me know if anything is actually wrong. But I assume all of it is correct because, like, I don't have the time to actually sit here and go line by line to make sure that they got everything. I'm just giving it a once-over real fast. Yeah, it looks like they did. Bustin' makes me feel good. Takasugi is AoE. Yep. We just have Jane and Billy and Altera the Sunta. Cat forgot. The closest we got is MHXA. That's probably why they haven't, is I think they're terrified that either the unit will be completely outclassed by MHXA or that it will be better than MHXA, and then that will erode MHXA's actual true niche. So it's like, I don't know. Okay. Oh my god, chat, it's cranking. If she does have the Invuln Pierce, there's not even value in that. Change Namakusa, thank you. Yeah, it helped him out quite a bit. Actually, it's not even that. It's like, what, like 10k? That really didn't make that much difference. Yeah. Still better, though. At least we have it for the comparison's sake. Okay. Chat, let's get started. All right, so this one was one that I think a lot of people had already been theorizing. We pretty much knew we were going to get a Metatron John. And the devs have finally given us this with Ordeal Call 4. It had been something that kind of leading up, there'd been a lot of hints dropped, and it was like, oh my god, like, we know that Ordeal Call 4 is going to deal with Metatron, and then it's like, oh my god, we see John in the trailer, and she's got glowing eyes, and it's like, yeah, I think putting 1 and 1 together was pretty obvious. I still haven't obviously done the story. I don't know anything about it. We're going to keep this review pretty much spoiler free, so I don't know anything about the circumstances of it. I'm just gonna keep calling her Jeannetron because I feel like that's the best example and use of her name that I can think of that will flow well for everybody. So Tron, as I will shorten it to some of the time here, is definitely an interesting unit. She's an AoE buster ruler. Now, we already have Amakusa, we already have Ruler Artoria, so you would maybe think like, hey, you know, they wouldn't have maybe gone this route. Both of those two other rulers definitely have stuff in their kit that helps differentiate them. And you would think they would maybe try to avoid that, maybe make Jeannetron a single target. And they didn't do that. Instead, they really just kind of fixated on her overarching, like, kit and trying to make that the way that she stands out. So they did pretty much just level that playing field amongst the trinity of 3 Buster AoE rulers now. The interesting part about this is that Jeannetron at least has some interesting stuff in her kit to really help her stand out. I've seen very mixed opinions on her today as she's come, and it's been like, oh, some people are feeling like she's really good. Other people are feeling like she's not good and that they should best ignore them. I'm going to say the answer is somewhere in the middle. That is to say, Jeannetron's not going to be anything like super amazing that you have to have. But if people are calling her bad, they're totally missing the forest for the trees, because there's actually some stuff here that they probably should be paying attention to rather than just writing her off. So let's go ahead and let's dive right in and let's take a look at Jeannetron's kit. So to start out with, she actually has a fairly high attack stat for a ruler. We've seen a lot of the rulers really down in the like 10k and low 11k range. So the fact that she's coming in here with about 12k is not bad. This does make her at least hit a little bit harder outside of her like conventional steroids and stuff like that. She's just always going to have a little bit more consistent carding capability. The trade-off here is going to be that her HP value is only going to be about 13, almost 14k. This is, at least compared to some of her other competition, a little bit lower. Rulers are usually a much more defensive unit rather than offensive, and it definitely helps them out in challenge content to have that sort of tank ability, as it allows them to weather a whole lot of hits. I'm going to say the real issue here, though, is not going to be HP. You're really not going to care too much about this. She's actually going to have quite the capability of taking care of herself. So the issue actually will be damage still in the end. She is a Sky Attribute Servant. She has 104 star absorption, a little bit higher than the class average, 9.7 star generation rate, and 0.53 NP charge attack rate. This is all fairly standard. She has 3% NP charge defense, a death rate of 17.5, which is a little bit under the overall average for all units. And then alignment for her is going to be lawful and good. She's female gendered, and her basic traits are Shocking Nobody, the Saber Face trait, the Divine Spirit, the Divinity, and the Goddess Servant. That one's maybe a little bit more out there that people wouldn't have expected. She's also a humanoid, immune to Pigify, levitating, and non-hominidae servant, as well as just a normal servant, a super large servant, and weak to Enema Elish. Super large is another one that they kind of snuck in here, and you can actually see it with her attacks in her third form, as she does actually grow to a like giant status and try to crush people. I'm sure it's someone's fetish at Lasingle at this point. So regardless, she does at least have an interesting deck. She is a Buster-centric unit, but she's only got the 2 Buster cards instead of being a sort of gorilla deck, as we like to call them, a triple Buster deck. So the 2 Buster cards with 2 Arts cards and 1 Quick card is going to be her layout, but the hit counts are all stellar. The only average hit count is actually her extra attack. Everything else here is above average. So that makes, especially for like the Arts card, the NP gain rate of 0.53, it's actually really good with a 4-hit Arts card. So definitely an interesting thing to see there nonetheless. Moving on to her skills, you can actually see that her first active skill here is going to increase her own buff removal resistance for 3 turns. It scales up to 100%. It is not limited in any way. So there's no like, oh, it only works for 1 time, or oh, it's only 1 turn. It's just everything for 3 turns. Nothing can remove her stuff. That's really good. I actually really, really like that. The only obvious caveat here is it's not party-wide. They could have made Jeannetron a little bit more supportive, and I think that would have helped her out in some people's eyes. And I've definitely seen some interesting takes on this that I'll talk about here in a second. So the next effect here is that it's going to grant herself debuff immunity for 3 times 3 turns. That does have a limitation to it, but 3 times 3 turns is still pretty good. It's quite a bit of coverage there. And we're also going to get the self-evasion for 3 attacks, 3 turns. Obviously would prefer 3 turns, but they're not going to give us that, so they're just going to limit it to 3 attacks. Still really, really solid. It's basically a protection from arrows at that point. Really, really good. And then the last effect here is the 50% charge that she's going to get. Now, I did see some people say it would have been really cool if they actually made this a targetable charge.
And I kind of agree. That would have actually given her a little bit more flexibility in support usage. But with this being one of the only real ways that she can actually gain NP, it's probably better for her to actually just go ahead and use this on herself 90% of the time anyways. So given the fact that this is not a targetable skill, it's just always going to be on her, I think it's fine that they did this, but that could have been an opportunity for them to maybe do a little bit more with the character and make them a little bit more versatile. The interesting part about the skill is going to be that it's on a 7-turn cooldown and that you're not going to care about that, because you have 2 different ways of dealing with it. Obviously, the 5th append is one of them, but there's going to be another way right here as we move on to the second skill. That's right, Jeannetron actually has party-wide skill cooldown reduction. She's the first unit in the entire game to have a party-wide skill cooldown reduction. The only other party-wide cooldown reduction is going to come from a Noble Phantasm. That's going to be from OG Tamamo Caster. You're not going to get it any other way. So that is, I think, going to be her real, true big niche that she actually has. Obviously, she does have niche damage on her NP, but this party-wide cooldown reduction means that not only can she use this to benefit herself, like reducing the cooldown on her charge skill so that you can do it twice in a double Korean Skya comp, but also it's going to allow you to cool down everybody else in the party. So this could work for multiple damage dealer applications where you maybe have her handling a wave and then kind of reducing some other units' cooldowns as getting all the Korean Skya buffs and stuff like that. That could really work for them. And then maybe they can double up if they had, like let's say it's like an Arcuid that has a 7-turn cooldown or something. Maybe you don't have the 5th append, but you do have this. So this sort of alleviates the need to maybe have a 5th append in some circumstances, or maybe be able to like double up something even faster. So I do think this is really solid. But it doesn't stop there. You also have challenge applications for something like this, given that you can take her in as a ruler. She's definitely going to be tanky. Not only is she going to basically get a reduction to most units trying to hit her in terms of their damage output, but she's also got that, first skill with all the evasion on it. And then this here as well. So she'll be really tanky, really survivable, but also able to reduce not just herself, but all of her allies' cooldowns. So that means getting back to things like, say, Merlin's invuln skill can come back faster. Or again, maybe you're just trying to reset the cooldowns on other units' charge skills. You name it. It doesn't really matter. The idea behind this is simply that getting cooldown reduction in a challenge environment means you're getting back to skills faster and able to utilize them more effectively and quicker to be able to burst the enemy boss to death. So I think this skill actually has a whole lot of versatility, and I think we'll see over time as you'll see her get used and fit into certain comps, either as the main contributing factor or as a sort of side piece character that can do a little bit of work but help out the other unit. From here, she's also going to gain critical stars every single turn for 3 turns, up to 15. And then also just have a crit star bomb up front of 15. So a little bit of a similar effect to, like, say, Scotty's 3rd skill, where she also has the crit star bomb up front and then the stars per turn. I do think that this is a really, really interesting thing. It also has some supportive capability in it. And then her 3rd skill here is going to be an increase to her own attack for 3 turns of 30%. This is her only baked in steroid in her kit, and it is definitely something that I've seen people talk about. The thing about this is, well, yes, it's 30%. It's still pretty robust on its own, but with this being the only thing, is this a problem? And the answer is her damage certainly could be better, but she does have niche damage on top of it. And the thing to keep in mind is a unit with very little steroids in their kit usually scales much better with additional steroids coming from supports than a unit without, or a unit rather that has steroids in their kit already. So if we say we're to compare a unit like Iskandar that has Buster up, attack up, and NP damage up, it has all 3 types of buffs there and really has some really good firepower synergy because everything's multiplicative within his own kit. that's really good. But adding additional sources of buffs to Iskandar is not necessarily going to make him hit as hard as adding additional sources of buffs to a different unit that maybe didn't have all of those skills. So that's the idea behind it, is that with her only having one steroid, yes, it could certainly be better, but it does mean that she'll scale better if you manage to give her more to help her out. She'll also increase her own critical damage for 3 turns by 50%. Nothing too crazy here, just a really nice crit buff. And again, with, obviously Koyanskayas and Oberons and Merlins and stuff abound as your supports for a Buster comp. Crit damage already is really, really good for Buster, so her getting even more is just going to help her out even more. And then the icing on the cake here, she actually does have Invuln Pierce for 3 turns when you use the skill. The skill is on a 6-turn cooldown as well, so you can really get back to this if you want. And I actually didn't mention it before, but the second skill also has an 8-turn cooldown. When you use this skill, it will go down to 7. If you have the 5th append, it will go down to 6. So you could feasibly be able to double pop even the cooldown reduction in a composition as long as you're using double Koyanskaya on her. Okay, so that's it for her skills. Taking a look at the passives now, she actually has some pretty interesting and unique ones. So her first one is going to be a independent action variant. She's going to get critical damage up of 12%, but also damage cut of 200. Her next one here is going to be stars per turn, but not just that. She's going to get 5 critical stars for every turn, but also 5% NP gauge every turn. So another thing that, like, hey, if you're just using her for a conventional farming setup, this really isn't going to help too much. But if you're using it in a challenge environment, this is going to stack up quite a bit over time. Still, even in a farming setup, as long as you gave her 2 turns of wind up, that 5% per turn can turn into 10%. So you could manage to make do with it as long as you used her on the 3rd turn or something like that. Her third passive here is a unique form of divinity, which is just going to give some additional flat damage added of 225, but also 8% more NP damage on top of that. So she has a little bit of a spicy extra one there. That NP damage is also going to get scaled up by Oberon's 3rd skill if you want to. And then we basically have a 4th, I'm just going to not say the name at this point of this one, passive that increases her own mental debuff resistance by a whopping 30%. However, it will have a 500% chance to reduce her own sleep resistance by 50% as a demerit. So she's trading it for all of her mental debuffs, get 30% resistance, but the sleep one is going to have a much, much higher chance of landing on her. It is what it is. If you're going up against a boss that has sleep or something like that, maybe consider not using her. She is just sort of a lazy character, it seems, and that's why she's going to fall asleep. With regard to her append skills, it's an interesting one. Obviously, she has the normal loadout here. Her 3rd one is anti-ruler attack damage aptitude. I'm not going to say there's too much synergy here, but you do have anti-good as one of her niches, of which a lot of the rulers are. So I guess you could use it, but it's ruler on ruler violence, and I'm not really sure you care to do that. You're probably just going to take an Avenger in most of those cases, particularly like Jalter or something, for instance. Her second append being the mana loading. Mana loading's always going to have its uses. Definitely still could be useful on her. However, I'm going to say you're probably going to get a little bit more usability maybe out of the 5th append, the skill reloading, because honestly, it really depends on the situations you're using her in. But I do think while the 2nd append has its value, it's really going to get the most value out of like you trying to start her with like a 30% CE, or trying to like start her from 0 and have her kind of like wind up some charge over time or something. It's not going to be the easiest thing to get away with in most circumstances, and it will probably require some external help, but it depends. So I think the choice is yours here between the 2nd or the 5th append as to which one to go for. I think the 5th append may be a little bit better if you want to focus a lot more on the cooldown reduction, doubling things up, or just getting back to them faster in a challenge environment. The choice is yours. I do think really you can't go wrong with probably any of the appends in this circumstance. The extra append would be really good in a challenge. The crit append would be really good in a challenge. So they all have some value. I think the 3rd one is arguably the weakest. But I think at the end of the day, probably either mana loading or the 5th append is the one I would go with. Her actual Noble Phantasm here is going to be a 7-hit NP. It's AoE Buster, so we don't really care too much about it at that point. However, what is interesting here is that she's going to have 2 power modifier niches in play here, both a good alignment and evil alignment 50% power modifier that's really going to just kind of help out her damage, and she does kind of need it. So it is going to help set her apart here. The reason that this is interesting is because her damage is still pretty decent. She is going to probably beat the other 2 rulers outright in terms of damage output. And she's going to deal damage to all enemies. And she's going to recover the party's HP by 2,000. So this helps her work in conjunction with something like, say, Merlin, to just help keep the party alive and keep them topped off. I think that's something where, unless you were running like double Merlin before, it was difficult to maybe outpace a lot of fights. This is going to be one of those deals where, you know, maybe you can just make do now with just a single Merlin and her kind of rattling off NP after NP. This will also help offset trying to use someone like Koyanskaya, who drains HP with some of her skills in the party. So I think this is a really, really nice effect, and it is just going to overall add to her effective health and her tankability. And I think it is a just really awesome type of heal for her to have and utility for her to have. She's also from here going to charge the entire party's gauge by 10% after the fact. Another effect, interestingly enough, that Koyanskaya has. In this case, again, this is going to help her out potentially just getting back to another NP, but it's also going to help the supports get to an NP in one of their comps. So we do see a little bit of similarities with OG Tamamo as well here in this regard. She's in a weird way sort of like a kind of mixed up, different, and offensive form of Tamamo. I don't think she's going to be as effective as a like support as Tamamo is. Not even close. But you see a lot of similarities in the kit and things that it's like, hey, they realized that there was some synergy there to add all of these things into the same kit. So I definitely see it. I think, yes, you could also do something like add Castoria in, get some invincible comp going in there, and actually just have a whole lot of like capability to just take hits and keep the party up. So I think people looking at, you know, Jeannetron and saying like, hey, you know, I don't think she's that good. I think you're kind of missing the forest for the trees. She's definitely going to be a very effective and capable unit for a lot of people. She's just not going to be that unit that everybody's going to run out there and grab and say that they have to have. So from there, her NP is also going to have an overcharge effect. It's going to increase her own NP damage for 1 turn, activating first by a base of 20%. The scales all the way up to a whopping 40% at 500% overcharge. Definitely not something you'll see too often, but hey, you never know with things like the Invincible comp, or who knows, maybe you're using a Koyanskaya of Darkness alongside of her and actually giving her the overcharge effect. Maybe an Oberon as well to be able to take advantage of this. So looking at that 40% NP damage up and considering what if you could Oberon boost that, holy crap, that's 80% at that point. You can get a lot more firepower out of something like that. With regards to craft essences, obviously, I think something like Black Grail is going to be a very, you know, obvious choice if you're doing something like a multiple damage dealer setup, or maybe something like a CQ where you're going to want the most firepower as always. But for a conventional farming setup, right now, it's looking like the answer is going to be cranking. She does need to start with a 50% C otherwise. And that is where you're going to see, as we go through the damage numbers here, maybe some of that kind of shining through as to this is why maybe some people don't regard her as being that strong, is because she is predominantly going to be factored in as using a 50% C. But it doesn't mean you can't stretch it. Doesn't mean you can't start her from 0 if you set up the composition right, just depending on what you're trying to do. With that in mind, let's actually take a look at that specific charging scenario. On screen, you guys can see it now. We have the 3-turn scenario of what you would do if you just put her in a conventional 3-turn farming setup with her as the devoted damage dealer. You've got Double Korean Sky and Oberon as your supports. We don't bother with the mana loading append. We start her out with a 50% C. Again, no judgment as to which one you use, but obviously something like Cranking would be best. And then we're going to go ahead and pop her own 50% charge on turn 1 so that we can get back to it for turn 3. From there, you're going to go ahead and obviously put up things like the Buster buffs from the Korean Sky, maybe the man attribute niches from them as well, and you're going to fire off the first NP. That will actually get you 10% on the back of her NP, as well as 5% from her passive. So she will get just a base 15% right there off the bat for nothing. So it is what it is. Unfortunately, you can't really do too much with that. It's one of this, like, I've talked about it before, but it's kind of a block 50 charge issue is what I like to mention it as. It's the idea that Korean Skya has 50% charge. She can't break it up in any way. Obviously, Jeannetron's going to have 50% charge. She can't really break up in any way. Oberon has 50% charge and 20% charge, so you might be able to do something with the 20%, but not really here, not in this case. We did look at an application where, hey, maybe you can get Oberon to have cooldown reduction so that he gets back to his, like with the 5th append, so that he gets back to his first skill in time in order to potentially be able to double up his first skill. But you can't do anything with that either. So interestingly enough, the devs have designed this to be kind of foolproof and you can't tamper with it too much. But it is what it is. So anyways, she's going to have the 50% on the back of that NP. We're going to go ahead and pop both the Korean Sky at 50% charge skills at this point. That'll bring her up to full. That'll actually put her over full. And then we're just going to go ahead and use the Oberon 20% here as we rotate in turn 2 with the plug suit. And that will, go ahead and put her way over the 100% amount that she needs. But we can get away with it. So we just go ahead and fire off the NP the second time. She's going to refund the 15% yet again. It's not really refund, it's just charge per turn that she's getting. And then we're going to go ahead and use Oberon's 50% charge as well as Jeannetron's 50% again as she's gotten back to that. And you should be more than capable of firing off the third NP and ending the node that way. So that's going to be how her charge scenario works. Now let's look at her raw damage output. As you guys can see on screen, this is Jeannetron's sort of just raw numbers. These are completely neutral, no class effectiveness, and also no external buffs. This is just Jeannetron with her own steroids under her own power in her own niches. Nothing coming from a Mystic Code, a Craft Essence, or a support unit. So looking at this with just pure neutral numbers in a vacuum, you guys can see up to NP5, she's definitely going to scale pretty nicely there, but realistically, there's nothing too much to write home about these numbers. Where they're going to start getting a lot better is when we start looking at the niche numbers. Good or evil damage numbers is definitely going to be a lot better as you've got that 50% power mod. It's going to also flow into her carding after the NP, so definitely an interesting thing there. But you can also have the potential to double up those two power mods and get good plus evil. You're not going to see that happen too often, but there are some interesting ways that you could maybe go about it, like conferring the evil trait onto somebody, or for instance, just having somebody like, say, Arjuna Alter that actually has both good and evil as their traits, which is really weird, but it is the way he works. So it's not going to be something you'll encounter super often, but hey, if you did have the opportunity, yeah, she could do even more crazy damage numbers. And then from there, let's go ahead and look at her actual damage in a traditional 3-turn composition. Now, like I said, obviously this doesn't reflect things like, a multiple damage dealer setup. That's really hard to model stuff like that. So we just try to look at this and let you guys decide as to when and where and how to use them. But in this sort of setup, you guys can see waves 1 and 2 not going to be doing too hot here. This is a double Koyan Oberon with level 100 cranking and a maxed out Neo plug suit. So these are still neutral numbers, but now they start to include things like the Craft Essence and the Mystic Code and stuff like that. So waves 1 and 2 are going to be your hairy waves. You're going to be really worried about the damage there. But wave 3, you're going to get the Oberon third skill coming in, the Mystic Code coming in, and you're going to pop off. You're going to do a lot more damage right there from that. And this is actually really, really similar to a lot of other ruler numbers at the moment. She does, however, have the capacity to be at a power mod standpoint, and I think this is where you're really going to use her the most. So in this regard, I think this shores up the numbers quite a bit better. We definitely see at least some decent capability on turn 3 there, but even like turn 2, for instance, is going to be a lot more capable, especially if you manage to be effective. But even neutral, 126k is going to do a lot, and you should be able to mop up quite a few nodes with something like that. The double power mods, certainly possible, and the reason we have to kind of at least include something like this is because you do also have things like the man attribute that Koyenskaya can provide. So you could have something where it's like, oh, it's both man and good, and then you would have the capability to kind of double up on some of this, and you guys can see the damage numbers are going to get a lot better as you start scaling up the sort of additional power modifiers there, even though they will just be additive with each other. The numbers on the bottom down here, just as a quick look, are your NP2 numbers. Obviously, things get better. I mean, nothing too much to say about that. So if you start getting additional MP levels of her, it's definitely going to shore her up quite a bit more. She's going to have more higher punching power, so to speak, and be able to handle more robust nodes as you do that. Now let's see how she stacks up against the competition. Well, obviously, the elephant in the room is going to be Ruler Artoria. She is definitely going to be somebody that you will see a lot of comparisons to. She's also going to be an AoE buster unit. She has had a recent buff that has given her a little bit of supportive capacity as well. And you can see, again, Wave 3 numbers at NP1 are pretty much exactly the same. Jeannetron had about 226k, Ruler Artoria coming in at 222k, so nothing too much different there. Jeannetron with a slight edge. The difference here is going to be that Ruler Artoria doesn't have damage niches, really. She does get the man niche from Koyenskaya, but again, not much that we can actually get away with there, so nothing really that changes things too much. I am going to say, at the end of the day, this is probably one of the reasons why, even after Ruler Artoria's buff, I think I can make a decent case for Ruler Artoria still getting another upgrade. It doesn't have to be something crazy, but I would like to see them maybe tweak either one of the skills or give her an NP interlude. But I digress. I just think it would pretty much help her out, and you'll see why I'm making that case here in a minute. So next up here, we have Amakusa. Amakusa is another interesting one because he is somebody that I think every other ruler needs to beat. And the reason why is because Amakusa has a niche that is just extremely strong. He has buff removal, all buff removal before damage on his NP. So that is always going to be a very effective niche to have. It's always going to be a really, really solid thing for him to kind of be able to plant his flag and say, I can do this. On top of that, he's a ruler, so he's super tanky. He does have some decent challenge applicability with his kit due to him getting 20% charge per turn. The problem is going to be that we do have other units out there at this point in time, like Abigail, who basically her summer form also has like the ability to buff strip and defensive buff remove. So it's definitely one of the reasons why they buffed Amakusa. But to me, Amakusa probably should actually be your lowest AoE damage ruler because of how effective his kit actually can be for certain content like that. That niche is always going to be in demand. So Amakusa already being at a point where he can rival some of them is actually pretty crazy. You can start him out with a 60% CE, but imagine if he could, say, touch a 50%, or even worse, somehow start from Black Grail capacity. Amakusa's damage numbers would really begin to spike up. I'm not saying they need to do that with him. I'm more saying it like Amakusa's already this competitive with the other rulers, even after their buffs, because they already pre-buffed him quite a bit. So to me, they actually do need to kind of give the other rulers some love, and then they can think about doing something else to fix the clunkiness that Amakusa has. Next up here, we actually have Moriarty Ruler. He is an arts one, obviously, but it is interesting to say the least, as Moriarty Ruler does have the evil and good niche, so he is somebody that you will want to compare to. Moriarty Ruler just got a really, really strong super buff. So you can see here on screen, he literally has just 420k damage right off the rip. This was a buff in response to, I believe, the devs sitting there thinking, well, one, he needs to be a little bit more impactful because he probably will be involved in the story. But two, I think a lot of people were writing Moriarty Ruler off. The devs didn't like that that was the thing, so they tried to give him a lot more firepower to make it justified. And I do think that's a good choice on their part, because there is another really, really strong ruler out there, still arguably the strongest ruler. And that's why I think it's A-okay to have Ruler Moriarty at this point. But this begs to differ then what's going on with the Buster AoE rulers, that we've kept them all so low in comparison now to our Arts and Quick AoE rulers. So in that regard, yes, the Buster rulers, I believe, do actually need a little bit more firepower in comparison. Johanna here is coming out, and she's definitely one that she's recently come out here on NA. And looking at her, she's also AoE arts, but she's also going to be anti-evil. She's also going to have supportive capabilities. So another overlap there. It's not just a raw damage output one. You guys can see she's going to come in still higher than the other two at 229k to their 226 and 222. So at that point, looking at this, we can see, one, you have a little bit more carrying capacity as a sort of third support in a composition, but two, even just as an effective damage dealer, she is actually going to beat some of them for raw damage output. So I do think Johanna already being this strong is another reason that, yes, the Buster units do need to be, because Johanna as an arts ruler is loopable and capable of just kind of sitting there and spamming out her damage. But again, we have another one here, and that's going to be Karen. Now, Karen has the anti-chaotic niche, and Karen is just ridiculously strong for stuff. This is one of the reasons why I've said for a long time that she just really, really has a lot of capability. People write Karen off, I think, but she has always been one of the strongest rulers in the game, and that is why they had to buff Moriarty as much as they did to some degree. So looking at that, and then looking back at our Buster rulers, we start to go, what are the devs doing, and why are they doing this? I get that the Buster rulers do have some additional capability, like for instance, Buntoria having the card shuffle, Amakusa having the AoE buff strip, and now Jeannetron having the cooldown reduction. But each one of these other rulers also has tricks up their sleeves and reasons to be used, so I don't really see the point in what they're doing here at this point. It feels like the Buster rulers just have kind of gotten the short end of the stick. They definitely need to go back through and hit them with some actual upgrades that would amplify their damage a little bit more. And I think at that point we would be good. So looking back at like Jeannetron's numbers here now after everything, like, is this a problem for her that she's only dealing about 226k without a power mod? No, I don't think so entirely. She does have the power mods in her kit and the capability to scale them up quite a bit higher. But I do think that, yeah, it's like if you already have a robust AoE ruler, you don't necessarily need her. This is really going to come down to how much you value that, you know, sort of multiple damage dealer setup or challenge application use for her. So don't blame people for thinking that she's not someone that they need to have. I don't blame people for thinking either that she's strong. I'm just going to say at the end of the day, the choice is yours as to whether or not you want to get her. So how do you guys feel about Jeannetron? Which ascension of hers is your favorite? And will you be rolling, or did you already roll for her? And how lucky were you? Be curious to hear you guys' thoughts, and I will see you guys for the next review. Okay. Chad, I think we save Ashoka for tomorrow night, because I don't think I can get through Ashoka with the time that I have. But we can work on attempting to finish off her. I do need to do something about my CEs here real fast. Did you see her Bonsai? Yeah, her Bonsai is definitely interesting and it is strong. I probably should have talked about that or at least briefly mentioned it, especially as we have the Grand system coming up, but it is what it is. Jeannetron needs a gamer chair, right? Okay, so actually this is probably better if I do this by acquisition. Oh no. Do it like that. So now I could have three Prismacosmos if I wanted. That's very rare that I would ever need that, but better than nothing. Oh shit, I can have a second MLB of this. Wow, I already have MLB of this now. Holy crap, dude. That's it. Oh my god, dude. This is gonna have finished off so many craft essences for me. I am gonna go ahead and mark that, because that is so good that I will definitely use it. What's my oldest craft essence? That's a good question. I don't know. Actually, let's do this by... One of these is held. What was this event that this was from? I don't even remember. How many MPs did I get? All 5. I didn't think I was going to in the end, but because the beginning it was like really slow. I think we went like 600 plus courts before we saw the first copy, and then she actually just started showing up pretty regularly from there. Okay, let's combine that. For a pins, do you think charge, crit chance, or charge cooldown reduction? I think charge cooldown reduction's way too strong compared to crit. Like it's so easy to get crit damage compared to there are very few ways to get additional cooldown reduction. So like I'm almost always going to side on that end. I'm also going to say it's way too easy to hit the crit cap in that regard. Sorry, Chad, I'm just looking for the spares. There's a crit cap? Yeah. I tend to prefer the crit one on my big units. Yeah, I think like it depends, right? Like if you had like a unit like Super Orion or like what's her face? Van Gogh or something like that, like oh man, going crit damage on them makes a whole lot of sense. But if you feel like you can get bang for your buck out of the cooldown reduction in like any way, to me it screams being useful. Yeah, I'd have to look. I actually have no idea if the class score contributes to the cap. I assume that it does, but I don't actually know. It may be a unique exception somehow. Oh, it's chat's favorite song. Dude, I went from like barely even having one 2030 in like the last, I want to say like 2 years to like now I just have so many on JP. Where do you call one for English version isn't released yet. We got the OC chapters there now instead of the hidden globe menu. We did. I think they should have bundled up all of Lost Belt. That's what they should have done. Like Lost Belt is bloating the ever loving crap out of that. But no, I didn't notice that. Yeah, class score just hasn't come up with regards to that for me because I haven't had to sit down and like math it out. Nothing in the game has required me to do so. I can absolutely understand how like somebody would if they're sitting there trying to like min max something. I feel like there was one that I missed, chat. There was one that I was supposed to combine that I didn't. Which one was it? I see AK wanted to know what the song was. You're being seduced by Todd Howard, chat. Oh! Steve, you didn't have to. Thank you for the gift subs, buddy. Yeah, can we get some love for Steve? There it is. Thank you for the 5 gift sub bomb, my dude. A treat for the dedicated watchers. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, thank you to everybody that's stuck around here. I know what I'm doing right now is not exactly the best content. Let me try to get this out of here. Probably need to make at least one more here. Wait, is this perfect dark? Is this perfect dark? It is. Oh my god. The fact that I knew that it was perfect dark because it sounded like 007. It sounded like GoldenEye, but it wasn't. And I was like, wait, it's got the eerie, creepy, like alien sounds in it. It's like, oh, it must be perfect dark, and it was. Yeah, this is like right on the cusp of my memory. I barely remember this. Perfect Dark is such a good game, though. I'll be really curious to see how they do the remake of it. Because supposedly they're doing another one. Alright, let's throw some of these C's in here. We'll save you guys for now. don't think I need any of the new variants. Hold on. At least save one. Do I think Ordeal Call 1 will be right after the Lotto? No. We are getting the Ordeal Call campaign after the Lotto, but it's not the same thing as the story chapter release. So for clarification, chat, it's not the Paper Moon release. What we are getting, though, is the Bleached Earth quests. Okay, so that's safe. That's safe. That's safe. Do I have a Shinji? I do. Do I have the new Necro memes? I do. Okay, they're all good. I have copies of all the new ones. All right. Oh, damn it. Why did I go there? Whee! And you're guessing when they will fix the box rolling on an A? On the 8th. Because it's not a guess anymore. They said that. Yeah, storm pods. I have to plan my AP during events. We'll see. Maybe they'll give us some quality of life early, but I don't know, right? Like, it would be really nice, but yeah, you might have to struggle bust it at least here at first if you want to get the most bang for your buck. It's not the end of the world, but it definitely is tedious and annoying. And I think that's, like, again, why you saw people just not care. They just were like, no, I'm just not going to be tedious and annoying. I'm just not going to deal with this. Screw it. Oh no, it's Craft Essence Experience. Dude, I hate how long it takes me to get down my C's after rolls. Because I basically have to like reorganize everything again after I do it each time. Oh, the symphonic metal guy, nice. Okay, that'll do it, but let me put this last one in. Give myself some room. Okay. Actually, we need to work on her, chat. So chat's saying I can only get her up to 8. Actually, let's not start with skills. Let's start with the leveling process. Gotta go burn some of these units. The only one I'm not sure of is Estrella. Let me double check her. I'm pretty sure I have MP5. Yep. Goodbye, Estrella. The UI needs a decent overhaul. Yeah, they've mentioned it before. I don't know why they've waited so long. Do I have foes? Nope. Wait, why did we get given Stardust? They're giving out Stardust now? Oh shit, dude. That's actually kind of funny. Friggin' menu hell, man. Okay, so I need 5 more HP foes. Weird. Was I already just full as why? Unfortunately, I don't have 5 attack foes. If I did that... Oh, wait, no. I'm perfect! I actually only pulled out exactly 5. Holy crap. I am perfectly at the right amount of available spaces. That was just pure luck that was the case. Her kit looks crazy. No, Ruler Mel's gonna definitely do a lot more damage than her. Like, you could probably, with like enough buster buffing, make her do some pretty solid stuff, but the problem is Ruler Mel is gonna have access to Black Grail. Now, stronger than my Ruler Mel? Absolutely. Mine on JP's only NP1, so... Wait, what am I doing? Bro, I feel this song so much right now. My world, light up. Wait, what am I doing? What am I doing? Why am I full? Do I even have any 4 stars? No. Yeetus. You can feel me? Nice. I'm surprised you haven't gone to bed yet, Steve.
Take a chat. この状態の私は常時スタンしているようなものだと考えてくださいな。
We'll speed run this. I don't care about being super efficient here.
変化はないよ。変わるなんて面倒だし。
Oh, that was just like nothing happened. Why are you bothering me, I assume? The first two ascensions are too busy. I don't like all the junk in them. I do feel that to some extent. Like, I don't think that's an unfair criticism. Whoops.
未熟なさなぎのようなもの。これが完璧というものです。幸いなるかな。
I did also notice, chat, the skirt in this third form reminds me a lot of the like color scheme for Space Airish. Like if you look at it. Yep, rolls went well. Oh, there was just no sound there. Weird.
日だまりの中、こうして寝転がってダラダラする。人生の喜びなんて
I thought it looked similar, yeah.
十分だよね。だけど君は欲張りだから。
I do like that they turned her
進んじゃうんだ。
her like normal like headgear into an actual like set of
こうしてダラダラするのも
headphones.
人生に必要だよ。君の人生に愛と優しい休息がありますように。マカロンいる？
Did she ask if we want a macaron? Posted a group photo in VIP. Nice. Take a look with it after I'm done here. Alright. How badly is this going to hurt me? It's a ruler, so level 8 shouldn't hurt. Jamer? No. Definitely not Jamer. Ah! Yeah, I make no reservations about how much you want to level these skills. She was going to be 10 10 10 for me anyways. I do think cooldown reduction on a Buster unit, though, is... it's a thing. Yeah, it sucks that she's stuck at 8, but it'll be what it'll be. Forget about the song. I have a lot of top hits in here, too. Like, one day I went through Nightbot, and I just added, like... I think I added the, like, #1 song from every single year, all the way back to, like, 1955 or something like that. And to be fair, I've heard all of them. Like, none of that is new. Alright, chat. Let me switch over here. Let's find a node that we can do with her. The problem is going to be, I don't have... Well, I can fix this. Eh. Huzzah! Did I NP5 her? Yeah. Yeah, the charge should save me, so it shouldn't matter. Oh, but the cooldown. Oh no. Well, chat, you guys want to see a pen switching? Here it is. Pay attention, real fast. Wee, wee, wee. There it is. UNP5 Jeannetron? Yep. Yep. I need to do those, but I don't really want to do those. Let's do like... I think I need the assassin one if I remember correctly. Oh no, they're not all available anymore. Crap. Rider or Lancer? It's gonna be Lancer because I have the new Lancer, dude. Do I have a 60% on JP? I don't think I do. I think it's like one of the few things my JP account's missing. I don't have a good 5-star 60% C. Well, I mean, I have Knights and Marines, but, you know. I don't have a Buster one. Your raid alert isn't working? Oh, no, it isn't. I'm sorry. Hello, everyone. I think it's because of the scene I'm on right now. But thank you for the raid, Fino. How's it going? What were you guys up to today? That's my bad. I apologize for that. Well... I have a non-MLB copy. I do. Let's go. Up in Cadland, we finished the Jeannetron rolls. So we're just gonna be testing her out here real fast. Let me get Squirtle out of here. It's gonna probably have to be nope. Wait, that's Foreigner. Let me Pretender. Gonna have to be Oberon. And I probably shouldn't use this one. But how was your stream, bud? What were you guys up to? And welcome everybody. I'm gonna turn myself off here as I record this because I need it for footage. I'm still here though. Aurelia, you get out of here too. Ah! There we go. The Flames of Applause has 60% MLB. Fino and Megatron enjoyer? That's a good question. I don't know. We're just not going to be able to double everything up here, but should at least have some capability. Yeah! Man, that took a while to load. My body can only handle so much gacha at once. Yeah, I got it. I understand. Damn, she just hit us with the sister beam, chat. That was the holy sister beam. She does a love beam? Yep. Yeah, even without having her skills maxed out, because I had the 5th append on, I can get away with this. I do like the NP animation, though. It looks really nice. Chills is fucking dead? Yes. Alright, now the ultimate test. Does she have the power? I assume she does. This is an NP5. She can't do this. I'm in deep doo-doo. She got a be not afraid tucked away in the voice line somewhere. I don't know. I haven't looked too much at her voice lines. I do find it funny that she like opens the wings and hits you twice, and then the other 5 hits come in. Yeah. Okay. Can I think of a different way to use her, chat? No sound? It's not gonna matter. It's not gonna make it into the recording anyways. Da, 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 da. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of like how I want to do this. So let's see. Anyone with a 5-turn cooldown can get back to it. Well, let's see. Hold on. I've got Oberon for 70%. Pain Sky for 50. That's 120. Arturia's going to refund 20%, so that's 140 plus her 30% charge. So that's 170. Ah, that means I can make this work with a 30% C, but I don't really care to show that off. So we'll just do it this way. I mean, well, I guess I could sacrifice. Hold on. So 20, 50, 70. So I can get away with a 30% charger here. I don't know. Well, I could do Koyami, but that's kind of cheating. I have another crappy 30% charger. You know what? Merlin. Go with it. He's not crappy at all, but... The Meme Lord. Arch got that 30% as well. Yeah, you could definitely do something like that. Can I get back to this? There's no point in popping it early. That's what I'm sitting there thinking is like, wait, does this matter? And I'm like, no, I don't need to do this. I could get back to it. It's just like, there's doing Artoria's Buster up on a turn that I'm going to NP with Jeannetron not necessary. Now, could I... Yes, that'll still work. Okay. Provided I sit on it. I'm also getting the stars per turn from this, so it's definitely nice. Head math for the win. So you can see I didn't even need Merlin. This actually worked. I actually messed up my head math. I could just card it out. It's way too easy. I need the footage duration. Gotcha, Steve. Okay, and maybe one more. Chat, what else? What else should I do here? I'm sure she'll enable some interesting comps. She really will. That's the thing I think people are overlooking about her. That cooldown reduction is going to be good. It's party wide. There's a lot of capability there with something like that. Switch Ascension? Yeah, I can do a different Ascension. Okay, you guys want e-gamer girl or you want normal? You're gonna want e-gamer girl. Okay. um. Hold on. Do I have a 20% charging saber? Oh no, it's not gonna work with her, is it? Is hers 20 or 30? I don't remember. I'm having doubts all of a sudden. It is 20? Okay. It was like all of a sudden my brain was like, wait, is it actually 30? And I've just been misremembering. Okay, she should be fine then like that. Kind of overkill, but why not? This doesn't even matter. None of the rest of that matters at the moment. See, chat, she actually rises up in front of the monitors. It's weird. It's weird. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Go, Lily, go. Behold, chat, the power of a lily. Dick shot. And there we go. Now, because of the Mystic Code I took, I technically didn't even need to do that, but it is what it is. Whee! Okay. Yeah. That is going to be it for me tonight. I hate to show all of you guys that, but I'm sure you guys enjoyed being able to at least see some demonstrations of it. It definitely helps, right? In the meantime, we'll be back tomorrow. I have Ashoka King to go over, and we will also probably be starting Ordeal Call 4. So I'll prioritize doing the unit analysis before the story, so anybody that's worried about spoilers can show up for that. But again, if you don't want to watch the actual story playthrough, it is what it is. We will definitely be doing that tomorrow. Let me see who else is on in the meantime. Mr. Fino rated me. Ooh, I see CZ on, but I have rated CZ already this week. I'm going to throw you guys over to a based artist friend of mine, Mr. Kaito. And apparently the command aid is not a thing because it's supposed to be raid. There we go. Okay. Anyways, like I said, I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you guys for staying up with me. Thank you guys for watching all the rolls. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it, enjoyed the demonstrations, and I'll be back. So go give Mr. Kaito my love later.